School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Salute, revolutionary salute, family. Roll up that good dinner, man. Trump threats to deport the immigrant Elon Musk. Oh my goodness. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, there's so much going on around the world, but we got to look at what's going on, man. What's going on home today? A lot of ICE protesters are pissed. They don't like Black Americans. They're blaming you. They say they're going to deal with y'all. But let's just start with Trump and Elon. Let's get into the content. Salute, family.
Trump threatens to deport Elon Musk.
That's right.
I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car.
So that's not true. Elon Musk has been outspoken for a long time that EV mandates, we shouldn't actually have them.
If you eliminated all EV incentives tomorrow, Tesla's competitive position would improve significantly. I'll say that again. If you eliminated all tax credits, EV tax credits, Tesla's position would improve immediately.
Never had a problem. You know, it's very interesting. This is not something new. This has been there from day one, Speaker, right? We're going to abolish the EV mandate. And Elon still endorsed me because, honestly, he never, ever spoke to me about that. And I used to say, I'm amazed that he's endorsing me because that can't be good for him. I'm abolishing the EV mandate. And I once asked him about it. You never talked to me about that. He said, well, as long as it's happening to everybody, I'll be able to compete. It's a very interesting answer. I thought it was a very honest answer, to be honest with you. And
so this is all about the big, beautiful bill. This is all about the massive spending behemoth. And I think you're starting to see a big shift over the past 48 hours. A lot of people that supported Trump talking about how damaging this big, beautiful bill is. I mean, we're talking Medicaid for illegal immigrants inside the bill.
I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid. Maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem.
By the way, look at this Fox News banner at the bottom. Trump, Musk is upset he's losing EV mandate. Like, Fox knows that's a lie.
It blows up, you know? So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter say.
So, of course, this is all about the big, beautiful bill. And it looks like Elon Musk is getting very close to wanting to start a third party in the United States, the America Party. And he says, so Elon Musk says,
how ridiculous is that? Elon Musk is not a fucking American. He's from South America. He is an immigrant, and that is the problem with America. That Elon Musk is exposing the real problem with America. Anybody can come over here and claim America, and they got a little money. America embraced them. What the hell, Elon Musk? Go start a political party in South Africa. Where you from? Fuck no, Elon Musk don't need to be starting no political parties in America. He's not a fucking American. See, this immigrant thing is just not about the illegals who came from South America. It's also about people like him. And that's why these people don't get a taste of their own fucking medicine. That's why I start this off with, yes, Trump talk about deporting his ass, putting him in his place. But what Trump don't understand is you open up a can of worms because you're showing how these immigrants like Elon can manipulate America.
Says that going bankrupt, the U.S. is going bankrupt quickly, but everyone is just whistling past the graveyard.
Over $1 trillion a year. America is also going bankrupt extremely quickly. And nobody seems to, everyone seems to be sort of whistling past the graveyard.
What business of it is Elon Musk? What business is it to Elon Musk of America going? This is a scary, he up to no fucking good. You know, he up to no good, richest man in the world. He don't got no good intentions for a fucking America. He's not here to save America. But I want him and Trump to fight it out because Elon Musk gonna get what's coming to him for trying to sick Trump on South Africa. See, I love this. Trump was a flunky for Elon Musk attacking South Africa. Now he talking about deporting his ass. Deport him where? Because they don't want his ass in South Africa. His ass gonna be homeless, be like Dr. Evil staying on an island somewhere.
The Defense Department budget is a very big budget. Okay, it's $1 trillion a year. DoD Intel, it's $1 trillion.
That's none of his business. You're not no American. Why is this dude talking about our defense budget? See, that's what was wrong with Trump and the white people. They were so enamored with his money. This dude from South Africa. Don't worry about our defense budget. You should never be able to look at our defense budget. You should never be able to peek into our files and see what's really going on. That's serious business. Now he is letting America know because he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth about the shit, but who want to hear from him? But they expose it. He's an immigrant. A lot of them are immigrants. Come over here to America. Next thing you know, you think you can run America. No, that's nonsense, man. See, it's a big fight going on right now. Only people that are immigrants is us. All these other cats, these people is immigrants, man.
The national debt
just
exceeded the Defense Department budget.
Elon, everybody like
over $1 trillion a year, just in interest and rising. We're adding $1 trillion to our debt.
Trump, Melania, she gotta go too. That mail order bride shit. A lot of these people been ordering brides. Oh man, why you didn't want no good old fashioned American woman? These people gotta be exposed. JD Vance, his vice president. You married a woman from India. These people got to be exposed. What's wrong with the American women? These are scammers. These niggas ordering wives. The president, the vice president, they don't audit their motherfucking wives from other places. Hell no, man. See, this is everybody immigrants except us. They come over here, they over here for a few years, then they think they run the motherfucking place. Now you're a fucking immigrant too.
Which our, kids and grandkids are going to have to pay somehow every 3 months. And then soon it's going to be every 2 months, and then every month. And then the only thing we'll be able to pay is interest. And if this is, it's just, it's just like a person at scale that has racked up too much credit card debt. And this does not have a good ending. And so we have to reduce the spending.
Yeah. This doesn't have a good ending. We absolutely have to reduce the spending. I just spoke to Congressman Ron Paul the other day, who said the US dollar will collapse. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. He thinks it's going to be within a short amount of time. And Thomas Massie, Congressman Thomas Massie, Senator Rand Paul have been very outspoken about this bill, about this big, beautiful bill, and what it does to increase our amount of debt in the United States. Senator Rand Paul just, I think, spoke on the floor of Congress.
Maybe we have to judge the effects of the big, not so beautiful bill by looking at what happens to the debt next year. Supporters of the bill admit it adds $270 billion to the debt next year. That's the only thing we know for certain. We don't know what happens in year 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, but we know next year this bill will grow the deficit by $270 billion. In addition, the bill increases the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. What does that mean? That is an admission that they know they aren't controlling the deficit. They know that the ensuing years will add trillions more.
Right, because the argument that we've been hearing from conservatives, so-called conservatives, is that, well, because of future growth, this will offset the current debt. But that's never happened. That's never happened in the history of these budgets, ever. And as Congressman Thomas Massie told me a few weeks ago, we've never had this happen. We're mortgaging our children's futures on the hopes and dreams that many of these people won't even be in Congress in 10 years. These people will be gone. So they will have no skin in the game that many years from now.
So we're adding $2 trillion this year, but they're anticipating, the authors of the bill anticipating adding more than $2 trillion next year.
They're anticipating adding $2 trillion. When you have a military budget of $1 trillion, for what? It's more than 3 times the size of China's military budget.
That doesn't sound at all conservative to me, and that's why I'm a no.
I'm a no. And this latest, central banks admit the dollar as the world's reserve currency is over.
Well, Paul, earlier this week, we reported on the bombshell event regarding the redeemability of the Chinese yuan in gold and what it can mean to the global financial system. And now, just a few days later, we have before us the reality that central banks are taking a serious look at the dollar's future in global trade and commerce.
Yeah, absolutely. And privately, there's a recognition that the dollar's days as the world reserve currency are over.
Oh my God. Oh my God, guys. I mean, we've been saying this for the last 3 years on this show. The US dollar as the world's reserve currency is coming to a close, and it's all because of us shooting ourselves in the foot. Congress passing this massive debt bomb, a massive debt bomb, and the United States can't pay for it. The only way that we pay for it is by printing fake money. And when these other countries don't want our fake money anymore, our fake treasury bonds that are backed by this massive amount of debt, they offload all of these treasuries, and now they're backing up and siding with China and India, and whether they want rupees or rubles in Russia or yuan or a BRICS-backed currency backed by gold. If this insane spending bill passes, Elon says, the America Party will be formed the next day. Our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uni-party so that the people can actually have a voice. Oh my God. Do you know there are 80 million Americans who don't vote? 80 million. I mean, we've been saying the uni-party on our show for how many years now? So you can like some of Trump's policies. You can believe that he is a disruptor, which I do. But I hate the Republican Party. They're just as bad as the Democrats.
You see, what Elon Musk is doing is showing all these motherfuckers, all these people are immigrants, bro. If they know this man is not no fucking American, this man is from South Africa, came over here, you know what I'm saying? And they give him, I don't know if they gave him citizenship. I don't know what he got, green. I don't know what he got. They gave him a citizenship, but he nigga's not a citizen of the U.S. like that to be talking about starting no political party. These people is crazy. Hell no. We don't want the richest man in the world start no political party in America. He's not an American. That goes against everything these people are talking about. America first. Why the hell could Elon Musk start a goddamn political party? Because he disagreeing with other Americans about something. He up to something. But he's exposing all of their hands. You see? These people are all the immigrants, bro.
They're just as bad as the Democrats. They are a uni-party. You know, again, they argue.
The shit he talking about.
Right, they argue in the margins over things. This is like me, you know, hands in the steeple, right? But all of these other issues, they're in lockstep on the military, on wars. They're all totally in agreement. Democrats and Republicans.
This racist just said it was a white genocide guy. He the one pulled the white genocide in South Africa shit and forced Trump to talk about that. He done that. Shame Trump. He done that. Now South Africa saying, yeah, you can't get no money in South Africa. The Starlink, that's gone. You ain't making nothing. It's like that. They didn't. Yeah, he hurt himself. They don't want none of his cars, none of that. He hurt himself. Now, see, he got to put everything into America. He done fucked up his real home. But that's the story of their life. Why you don't like where you come from? This is the story of their life. A lot of those individuals. Whether they come over here from Britain, my people come from Germany to start a better life. I've been saying this. What is it you don't like about Germany? What is it your grandmother hated about France? Why did she like Portugal so much? What? Tell me. What's so stinking about Spain? The people, we come over here from Italy for a better life. Why your grandfather didn't like Italy? You have no pride. I see a lot of these people telling these foreigners that they should stay where they at and fight for their community, clean up. That's what your fucking ancestors should have did. Don't just, no. I learned in school when you point fingers at somebody, 3 point back. People say, except us, we the only ones can say this. Our ancestors never ran away from the motherfucking place, man. Never ran. A lot of these immigrants fled from, okay, if your great-grandfather fled from Germany, you still a German. You just a German that came over here. Why you don't like Germany? What? Because we're not going to let Elon Musk pull this shit. Then this motherfucker, years from now, people think he American. No, you from South Africa, bro. And why you hate the land of your forefathers so motherfucking much?
Republicans, they argue up here in the margins. You know, they argue about, you know, abortion and cultural stuff up here. But for the most part, they are a uni-party. So our country needs an alternative to the Democrat, Republican uni-party so that people can actually have a voice. I love this poll. Yeah, so in 2028 election were held today. Who would you vote for? 2028 election, Republican, Democrat, or the American Party? 195,000 people have seen this. Let's just see. I'm going to click on American Party.
This is ridiculous, bro.
Whoa. 48% to 44%. Just think about that. Even of a fracturing of the electorate. See what happened with Ross Perot. Just how successful Ross Perot was as a third-party candidate. He basically kind of dropped out. Obviously,
in office without us, that's over with. We don't like that type of sticky party. We'll decide who president. We just decided, and this bastard went crazy. We will decide that, Elon. Your ass is not going to be running America with your fucking political party. That's disgusting. We do need a new party, not one founded by him. We're going to put an end to that. So redacted. We don't give a shit about that poll. Where's the black people at in that poll? You know goddamn well y'all need some black people for anybody to get in office. What are y'all doing having this talk without us? Who told you? Huh? Y'all trying this again? We upset too. We hate what Trump doing. See, they doing this because Trump fucked up. Well, Elon Musk, racist behind, is not starting no motherfucking party that we ever going back.
Something was happening with his daughter at the time, but he was in first place.
To those of you in the audience who are business people, pretty simple. If you're paying $12, $13, $14 an hour for factory workers, and you can move your factory south of the border, pay $1 an hour for labor, hire a young 20, let's assume you've been in business for a long time, you've got a mature workforce. Pay $1 an hour for your labor, have no health care, that's the most expensive single element making a car, have no environmental controls, no pollution controls, and no retirement, and you don't care about anything but making money, there will be a giant sucking sound going south.
And many people believe that George H.W. Bush lost that election because of Ross Perot, because Ross Perot was even in the race. It's very likely that maybe Trump would have.
Ross Perot was a billionaire who tried to buy the motherfucking election. That's all Ross Perot was, bro. Ross Perot was a billionaire who tried to buy the election. See, Trump wasn't the first person who did that. The businessman who I know business, I know government. Ross Perot pulled that on these people, and he did cause George W. Bush. But shit, Ross Perot wasn't no hell of a motherfucking politician or fast on his feet. He just was a rich person. And people got a problem with thinking rich people, they can solve everything. No, rich people are all about business. But Trump should know that the bottom line is the motherfucking bottom line. That's it.
Maybe not done nearly as well if RFK Jr. had stayed in and kept those votes. Maybe not. But nevertheless, like a third party fracturing these parties. I mean, this is very, very troubling for Republicans. Look at this. But who would be at the top of the ticket for the America Party? I have a vote. I wonder if he'd do it. Elon Musk has now come out and said that he will support Thomas Massie financially. Because obviously AIPAC, the Jewish American lobby, is going after him hard, big time. Trump has basically pushed to primary Massie in Kentucky. So will Elon Musk throw his weight behind Thomas Massie? Will Thomas Massie run for president?
Plot every fiscal. It's the same plot every fiscal year.
That dude, Thomas Massie, right?
What should we be doing? It's already been discussed. We should have done 12 separate bills. But again, whether Democrats are in control or Republicans are in control, we never do the 12 separate bills. Why do we always spend at least as much as we did last year, and why do we never cut spending? It's because Democrats want to grow the welfare state, and Republicans want to grow the military-industrial complex. And we're eventually going to get together, and they're both going to go up. I guarantee it. It's the same.
I guarantee it. And it's exactly what happened. Republicans want the military-industrial complex to grow. But see, Democrats pretend like they don't, but they actually do. Because many of these Democrats receive funding from a lot of the defense contractors, Boeing, Northrop Grumman. So they're all in cahoots on this. And Republicans want the military-industrial complex to grow. Democrats want the welfare state to grow. They want Medicaid for illegal immigrants. They want free abortions. They want all of that. So, but they come together on these issues, and then they pass this massive bill. Then they all get to go home for the summer and enjoy their July 4th holiday. But Americans are sick of it. But I don't know. I'm curious. Would you guys vote for an America party instead of these clowns in Washington, Republicans and Democrats? Let me know down below. And thank you guys so much for subscribing and being part of our great community here. Thank you so much. We can't stand the uni-party. We'll see you next time.
So, we don't keep our eye on this type of shit, because now we hip to Elon is gonna push for that. He's already got a lot of Trump. See, Trump done fucked up, bro. But he don't give a damn. He ain't got to run no more. But they're gonna put it in his second in command. J.D. Vance will not be the president of the United States. He's going along with all this bullshit. All right, let's see some angry. Let's see some angry protesters. Alligator Alcatraz has opened up out there in the Everglades. Hey, these people is crazy, man. That is some medieval shit. They got the Alligator Alcatraz. The motherfucking illegals and their loved ones is going nuts.
This is CBS News Miami.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. I'm Naja Sherman, and welcome to CBS News Miami's 4 p.m. Quickcast. The Florida Everglades was ground zero today for President Trump's immigration crackdown. President Trump and other federal officials were joined by Governor Ron DeSantis and state officials on a tour of what is being called Alligator Alcatraz. The controversial migrant detention center could start filling beds as soon as today. CBS News Miami's Morgan Reiner reports.
Right now, there are protesters lined up by the entrance to Alligator Alcatraz over there. Our photographer, Brian, is going to zoom in for you so you can see some of them. They're holding up signs over there. And actually, recently, one of the founding members of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio, and his group showed up here to the scene. And you just heard people protesting out here, running up and down the crowd with a megaphone, telling everyone not to engage with the counter protesters, aka Enrique Tarrio and his group. Do not engage with them. As for President Trump, he said that what's happening out here in the Florida Everglades is a model for the nation, that other areas could copy what's being done here. And he is really advocating for people to self-deport. Martin Johnson drove 3 hours from Venice to the Florida Everglades.
I think it's wrong.
He came to protest Alligator Alcatraz, the detention facility opening up Tuesday in the heart of the Everglades, aimed at holding up to 5,000 migrants before they are deported.
I think it's ridiculous, and it's an environmental disaster. And a lot of innocent people are in there, are going to end up in there.
I think colonizers are the real immigrants.
These people have not gotten their due process.
Protesters walked along the Tamiami Trail in the Florida heat, chanting,
"No justice, no peace, no life in our streets."
Check this out. Just feet away from the entrance of the facility, an alligator hung out in the water. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis calls it security. Others say it's disrupting their habitat, along with the Florida Panthers.
One of the biggest things that impacts them is getting hit by trucks and cars. Putting in a lot more trucks and cars coming in and out of the facility is going to impact wildlife. And then think about the disruption from the plates themselves that are going to try to be ramping up more and more.
Environmentalists are suing, trying to put a stop to it, but Governor DeSantis does not believe it'll get in the way. President Donald Trump left Washington, D.C. Tuesday morning to see.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Yaya's kids for the big donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. She acknowledges power. Americans have it worse in state prison. That's absolutely right. They do. Absolutely appreciate you helping me keep the lights on here at the House of Revolution. Salute. They absolutely do. What the hell are these people talking about?
see it for himself.
The job they've done is fantastic, and this is what you need. And Ron worked beautifully with Christie and all of the people at Homeland Security.
He toured the facility with Governor DeSantis, Florida Attorney General James Boothmeyer.
Y'all for this, y'all could be. I don't really care about this. I'm just showing y'all this Alligator Alcatraz. This is all red meat for the base. Trump's trying to get some more of their people back. Yeah, we got the alligators for the immigrants. Man, look, just deport the people. I don't need you putting gold. I don't, this brings back memories of when they were sicking dogs on our people. So I got to look at this shit and be like, man, you don't deport the illegals, deport them. You don't have to scare them half to death while you deporting them. Just deport them, bro. That's how I feel. Come on.
And Republican Congressman Byron Donalds.
So this is one example of state operating this. The feds are approving it, supporting it. We're also going to have 2,000 more at Camp Landing, which is our National Guard site. And we're the only state in the country that mandates our state and locals law enforcement to cooperate with ICE, and it's made a huge difference.
He had supporters waiting to see him too.
So the public is with them and wants them to succeed.
It ain't supposed to be no counter protest. That's ridiculous. Your bitch ass not protesting all that crime and violence. I haven't seen them protesting all the motherfucking fentanyl and human trafficking. None of these protesters protest the violence that's coming with this shit though. That's what's so fucking disgusting to me. Because you see these motherfuckers, the liberals that Malcolm talked about, these people don't give a shit. They love this type of nonsense that make themselves feel better, like they actually made a change. Oh, bastard, no, you have not. Soon as you say, what about reparations? They're not with it. What about the reparations? For the descendants of the slaves who have paved that road you own right now, goddammit. What about my people that was ran out of the Florida? We know about people around the Florida area. If you protested, what happened to them? Do you want to give some restoration in the form of cash payments and land grants to the descendants of the slaves who you still owe? You're talking about $33 trillion. We don't give a shit. Put a couple of more trillion on it. You're going to do it anyway and pay us our motherfucking money. All these protesters out here, man, please. I know y'all I will expose these people, bro. Because you want to see where they hard at? Say, hey, well, how do you feel about the descendants of slaves finally getting their just due? My ancestors still rolling this grave. None of our ancestors can sleep today when we get that payment. They rolling around that guy.
Left from Miami Beach after getting to my home at 6:30 this morning.
And happening today, the environmentalists that are suing the Trump administration, they're holding a virtual press conference. They said while they have not heard back from the court system yet, they are not giving up.
We need to answer that. I'm doing this is the only question I'm answering. And what about the people being deported, being found washed up on beaches with their hands and feet in shackles? I don't know anything about that. What about the coyotes who smuggle them in trailers? I just seen a dude arrested in Texas, a sentence for about 19, 20 people dead in a motherfucking trailer. They trying to illegally sneak them over here. I seen that. What about that? That's what I'm fucking talking about. See, and what you're saying is, quit giving people a false sense of safety. That'll never happen. Quit making them think that it's all good when it fucking ain't. You could end up shackled, dead on beaches if you risk your life coming somewhere where you will be sent out. That don't make sense. See, I gotta quit making these people think that this the fucking promised land. No, it's not, bro. It's not on okay. Well, I didn't know what you were saying. Listen. Okay, I misunderstood that. But no. And this serious business because we're the only ones who ever give a damn about brown people, yellow people. That's serious business. Brown, red people and white people. We care more about them than they care about their fucking self. We're trying to stop them from killing the Russians. We're trying to stop these people from killing the Chinese. Ain't they Asian people? We've been saying, please don't kill the Palestinians. As those some brown people. We gave a damn about what they was doing, starving and killing the people all throughout South America. So we the ones really get to say something here with a pure heart. And we said, stop bombing these people. Stop making these societies hellholes so these people can stay home. And let's help them build a society here. Because I want to let the immigrants know something. America's $33 trillion in the hole. It's not the land of milk and honey. It's not. It's a big finesse. You will be treated like peasants here. You will have to get into it with the natives here over food and land. This is survival of the fittest. So people got to tell these people that. They got to tell them the truth. Because we not going for the bullshit anymore. No more anti-black hate. We got our eyes open. And not on brown people. On Africans who come here and be disrespectful, Haitians, whatever. We checking that shit at the door. And then people say, yeah, they boys give a damn about Africa. You damn right we give a damn. But we're going to make sure our tribe here is strong. I don't give a shit if who like, when they be disrespecting FBA, man, fuck all that, because we in the street with this shit. Our tribe going to be strong. That's a fact. That's who we are. People don't want us to identify as that. Fuck them. They are YouTube busters. They not ever going to be in the street kicking no ass behind this shit. That's serious motherfucking business. Let's get back to the program, the scheduled program, man. We're kicking ass behind this shit, man.
CBS News.
Our tribe gonna be strong. We don't go fuck who don't like it.
And stay with CBS News Miami for continuing coverage of the day's events at Alligator Alcatraz. Our Joan Murray is also there, and we'll have live reports on CBS.
Yeah, so I don't really know, how y'all feel about Alligator Alcatraz. I don't need all that. I just want illegals. And we say that here too. I didn't say the immigrants gotta go. Fuck no, because a lot of these bastards immigrants. I say the illegals. That's all I had said. People who was over here illegally committing crimes, taking off our plate, having us fight for jobs. Some people don't give a fuck because your ass ain't trying to work. Some people, man, a lot of these people don't give a damn. Your ass ain't never planning on working no way. So you don't know what it's like. And like I say once again, my daddy told me all this shit I could walk out of my house right now and go to the street. They're building the houses all around here. They working on the road. They doing all that. I'm not a fool. My daddy told me we used to do that. That was us. And when Trump said they taking black jobs, the house niggas, whoa, that's disrespectful. No, colored, it wasn't. They taking your fucking jobs.
Need to triple the border patrol. Or now they're going to say we need to quadruple the border patrol. Or they'll want a higher fence. Maybe they'll need a moat. Maybe they want alligators in the moat.
Go well with the federal government. It's been just a beautiful, beautiful partnership. So, Ron, I'd like to thank you personally. You are my friend, and you'll always be my friend. And we may have some skirmishes even in the future. I doubt it, but I will always come back because we just we have blood that seems to match pretty well. We have a relationship that's been a very strong one for a long period of time, and I appreciate it. Very much appreciate it.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zorhan Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zorhan Mandami.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. A lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything. But and ideally, he's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. I've always said we will not have socialism in this country. In the speeches, I said, well, what? They skipped socialism, and you get a lot of them like that.
As President Trump and Governor Ron DeSantis tour this migrant detention facility, there are protests outside in favor of the president and also against this facility even being here in the middle of the Everglades. A lot of protesters feel that it would be inhumane, that the heat and humidity and the potential wildlife attacks out here are a problem. But
meanwhile,
I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned facility, so if any of the news claims are keeping them out in hot, humid South Florida, that is
what they plan on escaping? Wildlife attacks. Man, the people, they're going to be in this facility right here. That's like a camp. Have you ever seen a prison? They got camp. They got camps like that. I've been in prison. It's like a camp. I didn't see you protesting on behalf of me. None of these people was outside in the prison I was ever in protesting, bro. That's disgusting, man. I didn't know I was innocent. But anyway, they say wildlife attacks. Them people gonna be, what's gonna get in there? Tarantulas? Snakes or something?
that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here.
To be honest. Hey, Biden wanted me in here. Okay, he wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh
boy. So once again, we got to react to liberal tears because the tears are flowing. When are they not flowing, right? They're flowing all the time, okay? These Democrats boo-hooing and crying has given me basically an unlimited amount of content. It's very entertaining stuff, okay? So what are liberals crying about today? Well, they're crying about President Trump visiting Alligator Alcatraz, which is a detention facility out in Florida, okay? It's in the Everglades, and it is surrounded by snakes, pythons, alligators, all types of dangerous wildlife, you know, to keep the illegals in, right? To keep them at the facility, to not give them an incentive to try to escape. I don't see what's controversial about this, right, at all, okay? But apparently, according to these liberals who are really upset about this, this is a concentration camp for Black and brown people.
That's a lot.
And apparently, if you're a Christian, you can't support this, right? As a Christian, you're not supposed to support this type of harsh punishment for coming into our country illegally and in a lot of cases committing violent crimes.
This is outrageous. When we don't show plenty of times, so many Black people show plenty of times. The new Alabama is killing Black people. People dying of staph and starvation. They starving them and disease and sickness. And it's like 1780. It's like 1725 in the Alabama prison and Mississippi prisons. None of these people is protesting outside of Mississippi jail, bro. There's air conditioning, cooling. Boy, I didn't have no air conditioning in motherfucking prison. I didn't have no air conditioning. I'm in America legally. I didn't have no air conditioning. Boy, it's hot as hell. I was in prison so motherfucking always be slavery at that goddamn prison. On that, it used to be a plantation. The windows was busted out. But my pops come and see me one time and said, "Oh boy, you done it this time." Oh, yeah, they hate me. They send me to this. So that's disgusting people. All that AC, them illegals sucking up on our dime. Well, we hot as hell in that plantation called prison. Man, these people won't get they won't get no sympathy out of me, bro. That's for real. They got me fucked up, man.
Okay, you're not supposed to support this. This should be a line crosser, according to the low testosterone men and high calorie women of the Democrat Party. Take a look.
And I will note that, we tried to forget about him, but Ron DeSantis is still governor of Florida. He took the Comfy Couch hosts on a tour of the concentration camp that he's building in Florida in order to round up brown people, and throw them in a camp because he doesn't want them in Florida. Surprise, surprise, the economy of Florida is going to be severely harmed by rounding up brown people who, by the way, all over this country, Latinos are afraid to go to work.
How are they going to harm the economy? This lady here needs to be deported because she's an illegal immigrant and goddamn self of people. How the hell is that going to hurt the economy? If your economy is built off illegals, shame on your goddamn economy. Stop having an economy built off illegals. That's disgusting what you're doing to the people in that state. That means they ain't making shit. Rounding up, all this rounding up brown people. What? Is the brown, blacks, are they illegals? Yes or no? Because if they illegally, leave them damn people alone, man. We got other shit to do. But if they illegals, what the hell is wrong with you, lady? They should not be because this house of cards. If our economy is built on illegals, then any time it could be yanked from up under us. Come on now, that's ridiculous that we would say stupid shit like that.
Perceived or looks Latino is afraid to go to work. I know people who are not Latino, but they're brown, and so they look Latino to the naked eye. If you don't know any better, who are walking around with their passports, who never.
They're not Latino, but they're brown. What the fuck is all this colorism? Who are they? Where are they from, man? Why are you speaking in code? Because you gotta say black, brown, and that type. Man, that don't hurt. That don't want that. I don't give a damn about that type of shit. That's why your ass is on YouTube like me. You know better than me now, man. You used to have it all on MSNBC. You had a parking garage all to yourself, wardrobe, makeup, all that shit. You had croissants, some of the best Starbucks you could ever type shit you can get, and you blew it. You blew it, man. And instead of redeeming yourself, come and fight the power like some other people do when they lose. They like, oh fuck, I'm gonna be radical on here and try to run. You still shining shoes, man, trying to get back on MSNBC. They're not letting you back on that, man. That's over for you. So you don't got to do all this color coordination shit. Just get to it. Who are the people you say scared to go to work because they think they're going to get picked up? Well, they sound like they some fucking illegals. I don't know. Nobody's scared to go to. I see people scared to drive because they got warrants. They gonna ride with somebody else. But what the hell you mean they scared to come outside? You is fucking harboring. You better watch your mouth, man. You better, because if you have been harboring or being around illegals for the story, your ass going to jail. That's his business.
This is a question I want to ask the audience. How would you prove you're a citizen? If ICE came up to you and dragged you off, how would you prove it? I mean, do you have any proof that you're a citizen? There have been even cases where people showed their real ID with a little star in it, and that still wasn't believed. They've still been rousted. They've still been harassed. And even if you're not actually taken into custody, imagine being a brown person in this country right now, where you can't even walk the streets without fear of being tackled by random people with masks on. That's who we are. This is like being.
Imagine being a brown person scared to walk the streets. That's every fucking day for black people, man. You never know what's gonna happen if the white race soldiers don't fuck you up, or the blackface Ku Klux Klan, they little homies might get you where we from. Every day, we're not scared. We deal with them, but there's plenty of our people scared. Every day, you acting like we don't know what it feel like to have to watch over our shoulder, man. So you say, no. So you should feel sympathy for them, not for nobody illegal. No, I don't. No, you won't. What you don't understand? This is why the Democrats lost. This is a losing discussion for y'all. You're gonna lose more going this route, man. God damn.
Like being in apartheid South Africa in the 1980s.
No,
I want to note for you guys just for a moment.
That's
Rafael Cruz.
This is not like
President Trump.
That's not like being this man. Boy, ladies, shut up. You don't give a damn about no South Africa. They riding with Putin. Are you down with Putin? You ain't no revolutionary. I'm tired of y'all roaching off of the South African movement. Y'all down with Israel. That is the new regime that has the colonial empire going on and apartheid. That's crazy. See, one of these. This is like this. So the illegals, is they the new underground railroad, like the slave? They been saying that type of shit. See, this is the new slavery. What? Are y'all out of y'all damn mind? These people they had $1,000 on food stamp cards. When did the slaves ever get $1,000 worth of food for free? Huh? These people getting some of the freshest clothes you could get on you can go buy. And when did the slaves ever get the freshest of the freshest? Huh? They got low income loans. Where the slave ever get a fucking loan? Big guap, thousands of dollars. When did the slave ever get any money? They got their ass whooped, the slaves, night and day. These people not getting their ass whooped. Y'all crying if they even put in a little facility with AC. Stop comparing these fucking people to us, bro. No one has that type of horrific story but us.
Trump is headed to a concentration camp today in Florida, surrounded by snakes and alligators.
That's a lie.
To deter people from trying to escape.
You're a goddamn liar. Revolutionary salute to our queen. Balance for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, queen. It's not no damn concentration camp, ma'am. At a concentration camp, people are starved half to death. Those people are fed great. They bellies bigger than it is when they came over here. That's a fact. Hygiene better. Nobody doing them people no motherfucking wrong in the place. This concentration camp, man. People were gassed and murdered in concentration camps. If people being gassed and murdered in this place, if they are, that's wrong. That's locked. Whoever who doing that. I tell you who is being beaten, brutalized my people every day in these motherfucking jails, even in the fucking county jail. That's a concentration camp. Y'all people fucking out of y'all mind, bro. Here they is with that Hitler bullshit again.
Escape. They want alligators and snakes to eat them. I said what I said. It's pretty fucked up.
If you try to escape, when you try to escape prison, they shoot your ass. I witnessed a man get shot. I was on the yard one time. A motherfucker escaped, well lay down, but I witnessed the dude get shot. Right on the dude. had life. They accidentally sent him a parole slip. Play with that man hard. Thought he made parole. Man made no parole. When they had to tell him, no, that was a mistake. That man won the red yard. And that was a suicide attempt. He wasn't trying to escape. He just went to the top. They popped his head. Man, it's worse can happen to you. Talk about, they want the alligators and shit to get him. What you want to do? Hey, don't try to escape, man. No escape, man. That's what this is all about.
Alcatraz. They even made merch. They made merch you can buy online. Yeah, for a concentration camp. Modern day concentration camp. Sick. It's wrong. And if you agree with that, then you're sick and you're wrong. Have a great day.
You accessory to crime.
If this isn't where you draw your line, there is no line for you.
In the heart of the Everglades, and will be informally known as Alligator Alcatraz. There is only one road leading in, and the only way out is a one-way flight. It is isolated and surrounded by dangerous wildlife and unforgiving terrain.
I have no words. Their hatred for human dignity is out in the open. No one's trying to hide it there.
Brother, you agree with reparations for the descendants of slaves? Do you agree with cash reparations and land for the descendants of slaves? That's what all these people saying type of shit. That's the first question we need to ask them since they in the moment they got Jesus in their heart. They want to love thy neighbor. Do you want to make us whole and pay the debt that you owe us? Do you want to do that? Because see, everybody want to talk about these motherfucking illegals who, guess what? When the U.S. government have to pay for their housing and pay for whatever they got to pay for, they don't just take that out of the checks of motherfuckers like this guy right here and all these bastards protest. They don't just say, okay, everybody will protest, send us a social security number, and we're going to take some extra out your check so we can do this. No, all of us got to pitch in. Where you going with this? Well, what I'm saying is, fuck them when they say they don't want to pitch in the reparations. Bitch, we got to pitch in on shit we disagree with too. I got to send my money to Israel. I don't like that fucking shit. Them Nazis in Ukraine, I don't like that shit. They taking my money. It's my time. We say fuck all that. What these people don't want to pitch in on. When every fucking scam and scheme under the book, we got to pay for that shit.
And if this is something that we're going to do in the name of Christian values,
Christians, there they go, run that scam.
Then we might as well kiss Christian values.
You might as well pay reparations, you bastard. Man, these people crazy, bro. These type of people really not had to dig deep in Christianity, because I didn't understand. Like, man, we can't be talking about the same goal. That's a fact. I'm gonna lead it. Y'all like, man, this is impossible. How the hell is these Americans? These people talking about God is with them. They doing us like that. This can't be. I'm in church every day. I'm like, whoa, something ain't right. Because these people talking about God, we talking about God, we talking about the same God? These people talking about Christian, we talking about Christianity. What am I missing here? Finesse, hustle, scam. You feel me? Thieves. Culture thieves. This is big time culture voice. They say your whole religion from you, Nick. We're going to forgo our Christian values. Boy, we ain't falling for that shit no more. You ain't no damn Christian.
Goodbye. If you decide to align Alligator Alcatraz with Christian values, you have created your own heresy. Or maybe joined one that's been existing, which is called Christian nationalism. Jesus would never.
Wrong, Jesus. Hey, Jesus.
Never.
Jesus would never what?
Ever. And the only thing stopping me from getting on a plane right now and blocking the building of that myself,
you ain't ready to put it online,
is my bank account. I might still do it anyway. Who knows?
My bank account. Also, bitch, you want some donations? You fucking scam. I'll tell you this was a scam. Boy, you want to start a GoFundMe after this, you fucking scammer. The only reason I ain't out there right now is because I don't. Then you want some people to send you something? You bastard. No, fuck no. Get out. Earn it. Earn your donations. Get your ass out there and do something for them people. Instead of talking shit about what Jesus wouldn't do. Oh, boy, that we ain't falling for that neither.
Absurd.
How much of a threat does this volatile environment pose to the detainees, and several thousand are going to be moved there, especially when considering this will be a tent city exposed to storms and potentially even hurricanes?
I think the storms are a real concern, but I'll say this, when it comes to the wildlife, I'm more concerned for the wildlife than the folks on the site. I've actually waded in the wetlands not far from that site myself, waist deep in the water, no problem, wasn't attacked by alligators. The idea that these are vicious animals out to attack people is rather absurd. And I think it detracts from the important message, which is that this doesn't belong here. Floridians don't want it here. And it's wasteful and an incredible risk to our ecological resources.
Revolutionary salute to my brother Terry for the donation to the war chest. Revolutionary way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you.
Yeah, doesn't understand. CNN, the mainstream liberal media, Joy Reid, liberals,
about the animal.
They're all concerned about the illegals, their safety, their well-being. Right? Again, in the case of CNN, which you guys just saw there, one of their propagandists seemed to be concerned about animals, right? But they're not concerned about the American people, right? Because a lot of these illegals that will be housed at this facility are going to be violent criminals, along with others as well too, probably. But a lot of them will be violent criminals who actually have harmed the American people. And you don't see any of these news outlets or these liberals shedding tears when actual American citizens are harmed by illegal immigrants, right? It's just funny how that works. It's crazy how I've seen these people cry more over illegals than I've ever seen them cry when something bad happens to an American citizen at the hands of an illegal immigrant. But, this is the modern day left, right? This is our media, guys. And I want to continue to react to the propaganda here because CNN is upset, right? You can tell that they're very upset by President Trump visiting this facility and this facility being open and just the whole marketing behind it, right? Just everything about this, the branding, they really don't like, okay? Because some of these people are not living in the real world, okay? They don't understand how deterrents work, but hey, it is what it is. This is why I'm glad they're not running the country. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
After visiting the nation's newest and most controversial migrant detention center, what the administration is calling Alligator Alcatraz because of its location in the Florida Everglades. The president spent time touring the heavy-duty tents, trailers, and temporary buildings that make up the facility. Critics are describing this as an inhumane makeshift prison camp on protected lands. Supporters see it as a national model for aggressively ramping up the president's deportation efforts. Let's get the latest from CNN's Priscilla Alvarez. So, Priscilla, talk to us about Trump's visit.
Well, this is a facility that is expected to hold up to 5,000 people. Of course, the administration has been seeking places where they can detain individuals that they are arresting and leaning on allies to do it. In this case, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, the president touted the facility multiple times over the course of both getting there and while he was touring the facility. Here's some of what he had to say.
This was a brilliant choice. I give the governor a lot of credit for using this piece of land. And in addition to that, it's on top of something that was already developed. It's an airport. You have the runways, so it's already been developed. So it's not like you're dropping dirt right into the thing. There was zero movement of that. That was done many years ago because the airport's very old, but it was an abandoned railroad, an abandoned airport. And frankly, it's like,
what's the craziest part about all this is? Boy, them people is treating these illegals. They going by the book with how they handle them. It may have been a small few may got roughed up. But when they be arresting our people, they got hating their heart. They fuck you up, beating them. You haven't seen them doing this to these illegals, bro. Now, these Democrats is really, man, they're out of their mind. You got a lot of shit you need to be looking on in your own fucking community. Police whooping these people for no reason at all, doing that shit all day, roughing them up. They talking about what Trump doing to the illegals. That's crazy, man. Well, show me the video where the illegals is just getting beat. Whoop. Have any illegals been shot, killed for resist or reaching for something? Hell, they won't even shoot them. They ain't allowed. They not. I'm telling you, because the Democrats all over the ass, they can't pull the guns on the illegals. They gotta arrest them with a taser. This is ridiculous, bro. And that's how I know They're not finna let none of these illegals die. You know, one or two may have died in the facility. But you know what I mean? People is dying in these county jails, black people, every week. And they don't hear shit from the congressional black shoe shiners. Well, they done sold us out and exposed their whole motherfucking hand, man.
Now I got to give Ron DeSantis a lot of credit, right? I think that DeSantis, from the perspective of somebody that is an executive, somebody that has a governor's mindset, that knows how to run a state, right? To run a government.
In prison. You don't get no.
I can't lie. I mean, like, if you're talking about who the GOP nominee should be in 2028, if that is your number one qualification, then it's that guy.
Like people we do. You want to be a citizen in the U.S., bastard? You got to buy your fan, nigga. That's serious business. And you don't get no free air in Texas in correction facilities. All that AC in there, they still whining, inhumane. White people is hot as hell in our facilities. Where they criminals, they should be. I ain't complaining. These people illegals. That's a crime. That is a crime. So motherfuckers want cushy water beds. They want fuzzy slippers. They want robes, smoking jackets, cigars. Why the ass is locked up, man? Please, man, you better get the hell out of here.
It's DeSantis. Right, DeSantis is the guy. Okay, there's not anybody I can think of that has a more proven track record than Ron DeSantis of governing, right? Knowing how to run a government, which should be one of the top qualifications that people are looking for. Don't get me wrong. I like JD. Okay, I like Marco Rubio. I like a lot of the potential candidates and nominees for 2028 in the GOP. I think they have a very good roster, unlike the Democrat Party. But when it comes to execution, I don't think there's anybody that is going to beat DeSantis when it comes to just pure record, right? What is his record? What has he done? What has he accomplished? What Ron DeSantis has accomplished in Florida?
Greg Abbott will beat him right now. The governor of Texas will mop the head-to-head race. Governor of Texas will beat Ron DeSantis, bro. Ron DeSantis ain't got nothing on Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott is the one who brought the Democrats' house down when he shipped them fucking migrants to Chicago and New York. That was the beginning of the end for the Democrats. That's when it all fell apart. That's when the Democrats, Chicago, the blacks rose up, said enough. They was flipping blue, Chicago red. That's when the minorities, that's when the blacks, some Puerto Ricans and people got pissed in New York. The migrants living at the Waldorf Astoria, they eating big, they spending big, getting big money. What you talking about? Ron DeSantis don't have no record like that. He trying to play catch up with Alligator Alcatraz. But Greg Abbott, nigga, is the motherfucker real deal. Like I said, he don't play when it comes to this type of illegal bullshit. They know that. So they better pray Greg Abbott don't run for president because they won't beat him.
Florida should be a model, a roadmap for any type of Republican governor or governorship across the country, to be honest with you, right? It really is a thing of beauty, okay? This state was once a purple state, and under, DeSantis and also President Trump's leadership as well, too. You got to give President Trump some credit on this as well, too. It is now a solid red state. And in a solid red state where you have a Republican governor, a Republican legislature, like, this is what you can do, right? This is how you get stuff done, right? You don't have to go through a bunch of
a lot of racist ass policies. Greg Abbott, he'll be big at a time, but ain't all that open bigotry. I've seen a lot of open bigotry out of racist Ron over there in Florida. You know what I'm saying? Greg Abbott more he just ruled conservatively. And other people might have some shit they seen, but I haven't seen a lot of racism out of Greg Abbott from Texas. Now, he a bigot, a lot of, I ain't trying to say the man is up and down, but he not high up there with that bigotry that I be seeing like Ron DeSantis, how that man this is my going after black history. That was Ron DeSantis in Florida trying to do that motherfucking bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Some of the shit was legit, but a lot of it was nonsense he was doing. A lot of it was dog whistle to the bigots. So you see this dude right here, he don't know shit. Good. Ron DeSantis will never be no fucking president of the United States. It ain't gonna happen.
The Hoop said all types of stuff in order to accomplish things, right? You can just do whatever you want to do. And it's a thing of beauty, to be honest with you. So I love this. I absolutely love this for DeSantis. I think that he's definitely making a run right now. His presidential campaign has already started.
They have been constructing soft-sided facilities. You can see that there was the president was touring. It's also still a pricey endeavor, costing around $450 million. The state of Florida will be able to seek reimbursements from FEMA as they continue to use this facility.
But Marco Rubio, the senator, the senator from Florida, who is now Secretary of State. And has another one of those positions. What the fuck you think? What the fuck you think them Jews put Marco Rubio next to Trump for that presidential run? Man, shit, that clown DeSantis. See, they let him do the racial shit. He gonna sink on that national stage with all that bigotry. Mark my word, he ain't gonna make it nowhere with that nonsense he was trying to do. He can kiss Trump ass.
This is really a visit that achieves.
Trump already sunk that boy's career. And Ted Cruz. See, Trump already mopped it. He let Rubio back in because the Jews made him.
Big things for President Donald Trump. One, it allowed him to have that backdrop of this facility, this controversial migrant detention facility, as he continues to tout his hardline immigration policies. Number two, it helps with their needs of having detention beds, something that they could get far more of if that bill passes the House. But in the interim, helps them nonetheless as they try to ramp up immigration arrests. And three, something that the president talked about often over the course of his visit is that self-deportation, essentially trying to showcase something that is so miserable, in this case, in the swampy Everglades, surrounded by alligators and pythons, that people who are in the country illegally will choose to leave on their own. Now, again,
yeah, I mean, that's the point. And again, this is why these liberals boo-hoo on and cry. It doesn't affect me. Like, I don't care about your tears. I don't care about your sad sob stories. I don't care. At the end of the day, deterrents work, right? Deterrents are a real thing. Okay. I mean, there's been reports that over 1 million illegals have self-deported already. Again, this came from the Washington Post. Okay. So again, not exactly a conservative outlet. It works. It is working. And we should continue to ramp up the deterrents. That way people don't come to the border, because border crossings are basically at an all-time low.
A lot of them already
negative migration.
Why get thrown out? And when you're not, your house ain't in order to take the win. You're not already won, stacked up a bunch of money you weren't paying taxes on. Come on, just leave. Sell off bullshit that your ass done accumulated, and then just going back and live like kings where you from and build up your own shit. If they don't want to take the win, then see, it's like poker. A lot of them playing poker right now. They're gonna lose it all when they could just cash in, take what they don't want, and go on home. Because this not your home. This is honest shit. This is not your home. Take that little win you don't want here in America and go back home, bro. Quit believing these people. This shit could get bad for you, man.
Into the country, this is working, right? It's 100% working. And when something is working, you double and you triple down on it, and you continue to go. And that's what they're doing. And that's why I love this, right? I love it. I absolutely love it. Okay.
And to that final point, again, this is a place that is located in the Everglades, has been surrounded by alligators, which is why they're calling it Alligator Alcatraz. And it is not just migrant rights groups that have been protesting this, but also environmentalist groups who say that this has no business on these lands. So certainly something that's been controversial, and where protesters were outside the facility saying as much earlier today.
Priscilla Alvarez, thank you so much for the update. Brianna?
Let's talk more now with Chad Wolf. He is serving. He served as acting Homeland Security Secretary in the first Trump administration.
All right. So Alcatraz Island got them all upset, you know. But Alligator Alcatraz, I mean, but let's just get into. So we're gonna get into a lot. Let's listen to this. I think this. Oh no. Let's get into some.
Hi, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do Black Americans commit so many crimes in America, and immigrants do so much better when they come to America?
When I lived in Poland, I met a very interesting student from Benin, Nigeria. He used to always ask me questions about the United States, how things ran and how things worked. And whenever I would tell him about fast food chains or sports teams, he would have a smile on his face. So one day I just flat out asked him, why do you ask me so much about the United States? He says, well, my dream is to go and live there. And I said, why? He said, it is the land of opportunities. You see, just to study in Nigeria, it costs a lot of money because of gas or fuel, because the lights go off so much. But in America, or even in Europe, I can study all day and the light doesn't go off. If I ever had an opportunity to go to America, I would do so and be very successful. And it's interesting because he had to leave Poland because he did bank fraud. Got him! But I understood his point. America is the land of opportunities for many people, especially those who are not citizens of the country. But what I've also seen happen is that these foreigners, once they go to America and do very well, compare themselves to people who are citizens of the country. And this is especially true with foreigners having that smoke for Black Americans. And I really want to get into that right now because this happened recently on Tariq Nasheed's show. If you guys know, Tariq Nasheed does a Twitter space like almost every night. And a particular Venezuelan lady called in and asked a very interesting question.
Hi, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do Black Americans commit so many crimes in America, and immigrants do so much better when they come to America?
Okay. An interesting question now, ma'am, Miss Ye. Now, where are you from originally, dear?
I'm from Venezuela.
See, like Tariq Nasheed was confused of what the caller was asking. Like he was shocked. He couldn't believe what she was saying.
Really? Did a Venezuelan really ask why we commit so many crimes? Really, ma'am? Did you really ask that? No, really? Are you trolling?
He actually thought the lady was trolling because how can somebody call from Venezuela, which Venezuela is one of the worst countries in the world with the highest violence rate? Are you talking about you guys coming over here and doing better than Black Americans?
He's right, you know.
So he continued.
I know a Venezuelan in one of the most crime-ridden countries in the Western Hemisphere. Didn't bring your ass up here talking about why we commit crime. Y'all got Venezuelan gangs up here now that they have to deport because of all the damn crime. Did you really fix your mouth to say that, dear?
He ain't lying. While Tariq Nasheed started to mention about the problems that some Venezuelan migrants had in the country, but the lady continued and they ended up having a very interesting conversation.
Why do immigrants do better?
Better how?
Why do immigrants do better?
Do better how? You haven't explained how you're doing better. How are you doing better? You haven't explained how. Doing better at crime? Well, you have a lot of criminals. You do better in crime. Is that what you mean?
They are more educated.
Ma'am, you can barely talk now. How are you more educated?
We are more educated.
Ma'am, you're not more educated. You fled from your homeland. Then you from the most violent countries in the damn world. What kind of education is that?
So at some point, she's talking about that these migrants or immigrants are more educated. Black Americans are the ones committing crime. And I want to talk about that because, you know, I'm currently living in Uganda right now as an American. So technically, I'm a foreigner in this country. And I've also lived in Poland where I was a foreigner in this country. And I guess in both situations, you can find Ugandan Americans. I've been in Kenya a lot, Kenyan Americans. I've been in Nigeria, Nigerian Americans. And they can come in and say that, hey, you know, as a Ugandan or as a Kenyan or as a Colombian or as a Dominican, we are doing very well. But you guys who have been here all the time are not doing very well. And it's interesting because you will have successful Venezuelans who do not commit crime, right? You will have that. But then once you start mentioning certain things about what they're doing in the States, it gets ugly.
Let me tell you how crazy this is. In Aurora, Colorado, there's a Venezuelan gang that has taken over 2 apartment buildings. I kid you not. The landowner has contacted the local authorities. They said there's nothing they can do about it. That's squatter laws, bro. I kid you not. Look this up. Number 2, he went to the FBI. They said there's nothing they can do. And he even went to the marshals, y'all. And this Venezuelan gang has taken over the apartment building. They're charging the tenants inside rent money like they're the landlords. Meanwhile, the real landlord can't get these people evicted.
Now, the brother was talking about the Venezuelan gangs and what they were doing in Aurora, Colorado. This was just last year. And how these gangs are taking over apartments, how they were taking over apartments. And then when they were taking over the apartments, they were charging people double the rent, right? Like, give me money to stay here. And they had heavy artillery and all kind of stuff. And the police were slow to do anything for these guys, right? Because Colorado, Denver, Boston, New York City, and Chicago, it was going down out there, right? But then another lady was saying something very similar.
So y'all, these migrants are getting worse and a lot of the media is not covering it. A 19-year-old Venezuelan migrant just literally shot 2 police officers in New York City, NYPD, at point blank. He shot them at point blank range. Now they have him in custody and he's being charged. But what they are saying is that he basically is stating that a gang is instructing him to shoot at cops.
So what does this lady say? These particular Venezuelan immigrants were shooting police at point blank range. In what? And the guy said, hey, I was instructed to do this. All right. And a lot of this comes from this particular game called TDA, or Tren de Aragua. Okay, now this is one of the most vicious gangs, not only in Venezuela, but throughout South America and Latin America. It's not just a gang that's in one place. And it got so bad that even the black gangs in Chicago were worried.
We went out to some of Chicago's most violent neighborhoods to meet with current and former gang members who tell us that TDA first showed up when the city opened up migrant shelters in these areas, and that now the Venezuelans are trying to move in on territories controlled by the city's black gangs, setting up their own operations and actively recruiting kids and teens in the neighborhood.
It's only a matter of time before things escalate, because they moving in our neighborhoods. It's different areas that different guys, I guess, different so-called organizations or gangs had, and they moving on their blocks and standing out there and trying to emulate them or doing the same thing that they doing.
Now, the point that I want to make with this is, while you do have migrants that come to a country and perform very well, you also got to look at, you left where you were from because your country was not performing very well at all. And for me, I've been almost every continent now. I've been all around the world, and I've met people that live in the States that criticize African Americans. It's just too bad that I visit your countries. And if you want to talk about crime, I see crime happening all the time in these countries, okay? I see the police rioting. I see the police killing people. You know, I see people hopping fences, stealing stuff, stealing goats. I mean, all kind of stuff, right? And people, when they want to start coming for Black Americans or hashtag African Americans or hashtag FBA, you want to talk about, well, you guys are not doing this and doing that. When you have certain elements of those criminal gangs in America or wherever you're from. And that's the one thing that people are not respectful of, is who laid the foundation for you to come over. Like I said, I live in Uganda and I enjoy my time here, right? Now, would it be cool for me to say, well, hey, why are you guys like this and that? And that would be completely disrespectful of whoever helped develop the country to the point where I can be here and be successful or be here and do anything. That's me basically disrespecting the people that helped me do whatever I'm doing right now, right? And because of whatever the framework was, the design of the city, the neighborhoods, the fiber optics, whatever that infrastructure I have to work with, is because somebody put in the work to do that. All right, that's the point. If there is peace in the country where you can work, somebody did that. So at the same time, a lot of immigrants come over to America, and like, I know you're proud to be where you're from, but then you're waving your flags out there. Some people can be disrespectful. You're talking about that the black community isn't this, and why are they not more like you? And if we can just Google your country and the corruption levels and what you're going through wherever you're from or wherever your people are from, we can clearly see that those group of people are suffering and doing very bad. Like the average American that would come over to your country, whether it be black or white or whatever, the top 10% come over there, they would run everything. It would be a joke. You'd be complaining. If you take the top 10 to 15% of African Americans, or black Americans, and you drop them in any country around the world, they're going to dominate and obliterate anybody. It won't even be fair. You would want to get them out of there because they're doing very, very well. Okay, that's the point. That's what any top level person would do. And the only reason why they would do well is because a lot of times immigrants come to the country with some level of infrastructure. Like for you to even get an American visa many times, don't get me wrong, you have illegal immigrants, but hey, some people have a knowledge of doing the business before. Some people are very bright. And just because you're not an American doesn't mean you're not smart, all right? And at the same time, you have some level of advantage. Me living in Kenya or Brazil or something like that, even if I didn't know how to speak Brazilian Portuguese, if I could find out the basics and how to do things, the knowledge of what I've got as an American citizen and how to do things would give me an advantage over many people. It's just what it is. It's the same thing with a talented person that's from India or Indonesia. If they have the basics and they come to America where things are easier, they're going to do very well, right? But you shouldn't have to do very well and disrespect somebody, knowing that your own home country has problems, knowing that your country where you come from, there's no food, there's war, there's potholes everywhere. Be honest. Be honest. It's not safe. There's a reason why people are leaving Venezuela and traveling through Mexico on foot and risking their lives trying to come to get a better life. And many of those are good people that want this opportunity. But then many of those people are bad people too. And you don't want to bring up the fact that you have Venezuelan gangs who are doing terrible things to people in America. Venezuelan gangs doing terrible things across South America, some of them, right? And so then you want to act like your stuff don't stink when clearly it does stink. So if you're doing good somewhere, just shut up and enjoy the ride that somebody laid out a foundation for you to be good and leave Black Americans out of it. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy Yesterday Jackson back at it again. Another episode of
A lot of people don't understand when I say that Mexicans are culturally racist. They think that I'm calling us openly racist. We are culturally racist, and this is how. Part of our culture is to frown upon dark-skinned people.
African Americans in this country has had a long and mighty walk. We've been through so many different things in this country, from Jim Crow to black codes to slavery to after slavery, redlining, not being able to get insurance policies. We could only get burial policies, not being able to get our pensions, from our jobs at certain times. We had to fight to get all these things put on the books to protect us, right? We couldn't get our GI bills. There were so many things that Black Americans had to fight for in this country before other immigrants started to really come here and benefit from what our grandparents was putting down. But what we notice is when a lot of these groups come here in today's time, they come here and they start to compare themselves to us and talk down on us and even separate themselves from us. We'll go over to the Diamond Society, try to marry or have children with them and look down on us and say, stay away from those people. While still coming here, going to HBCUs, living, some of them even live in our communities, right? We patronize these stores, and they're benefiting off the things that our grandparents established. They came over when the coast was clear, right? Well, there was a woman that called into Tariq Nasheed's show, and she was from Venezuela, right? And she started to say, why does Black Americans commit so much crime? And why does Black Americans, why are they so nasty and vile, right? And Tariq Nasheed said, excuse me, you're from Venezuela. They have probably the top 5 most crime. It's probably the top 5 most crime-ridden country in the world. And you're talking about us. Let's listen to how this went down, right? And then we'll come right back.
Hi, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do Black Americans commit so many crimes in America, and immigrants do so much better when they come to America?
Okay. An interesting question now, ma'am, Miss Ye. Now, where are you from originally, dear?
I'm from Venezuela.
Really? Did a Venezuelan really ask why we commit so many crimes? Really, ma'am? Did you really ask that? No, really? Are you trolling? Yay, you're trolling, aren't you? I know a Venezuelan in one of the most crime-ridden countries in the Western Hemisphere. Didn't bring your ass up here talking about why we commit crime. Y'all got Venezuelan gangs up here now that they have to deport because of all the damn crime. Did you really fix your mouth to say that, dear? I don't have you muted, ma'am. Hop on. Huh? Are you in there talking to somebody? You got a white man in there giving you talking points?
Yes,
Yes.
base of respect.
Yeah, you got a white man. Are you laying up with a white man in there?
Yes, why Black Americans commit crimes?
We don't. There's no black crime. We don't have nothing. There's no such thing as black crime. But you have Venezuelan crime. You have organized Venezuelan crime. That's highly organized. It spills over here. So why do you have so much crime where it goes international, man? We don't have Black American gangs down there committing crimes, but y'all got them all up here. Why is that? I don't have you muted.
Why do immigrants do better?
Better how?
Why do immigrants do better?
Do better how? You haven't explained how you're doing better. How are you doing better? You haven't explained how. Doing better at crime? Well, you have a lot of criminals. You do better in crime. Is that what you mean?
They are more educated.
Ma'am, you can barely talk now. How are you more educated?
We are more educated.
Ma'am, you're not more educated. You fled from your homeland. Then you from the most violent countries in the damn world. What kind of education is that? Y'all got the one of the top homicide rates in the world. It's like a war zone. Yeah, somebody, white boys in there giving you some talking points. Yeah? Come on now. Y'all got some of the biggest criminal, El Tren de Agua? Come on, man. Y'all,
Black people are very violent.
we're who? Put the white boy on the phone, ma'am. He's giving you talking points. Put the white boy on the phone. Okay.
Black people are very violent.
Just saying stuff. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can't even Use your own talking points. You got some white supremacists in there giving you talking points. A Venezuelan talking about crime? Good Lord, even the Venezuelan migrants up here, they come up here and everywhere they go, it becomes a hot spot for violence.
And see, this Venezuelan woman is saying that she was with a W man at the time. And you could tell that if she was with this W man, he was in her ear and he was coaching her. And he was telling her what to say. Now, we know that Venezuela is a country where Hugo Chavez was, ultimately unalive and the economy tanked. And the country just went into a whole just shambles. And Venezuela started to flesh their toilet with their deviants. And they started to send them right into America, right? But before we really get off into the Venezuelan situation, we were already dealing with anti-Black racism from Latinos here in America, from all kinds of groups, from Mexicans, Hondurans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans. Now, on the East Coast, you have some Puerto Ricans and Dominicans that's cool, but you also have a lot of them that also practice anti-Black racism, right? And we've been dealing with this for some time. Y'all don't believe me? Check it out.
Does it surprise you that California's largest racial bias cases are of Latino employees discriminating?
Honestly, I'm not even surprised because there is a lot of anti-Blackness that exists within the Latino community. And I already know there's going to be a lot of people that deny that, but it's a fact that it exists. And with the Latino identity being something that stems from colonization, you have to look at the history on how even the caste system was implemented. And at the bottom of the caste system, it was Africans. So a lot of people have internalized this as just the norm, where they don't even recognize how anti-Black they're being in their actions and in their ideologies and beliefs. And I say it because my mom's a street vendor and she's been robbed many times. And I remember sharing it one time on Instagram, and a non-Black Latino messaged me where he was like, "Oh, I bet they were Black, huh?" Like, the first concern wasn't even if my mom's okay, but it highlights how internalized it is within Latino and how many of them operate on confirmation bias. So many of them are very secretive about their anti-Blackness, just waiting for a reason to be like, "I told you, I knew it." It's always them.
A lot of people don't understand when I say that Mexicans are culturally racist. They think that I'm calling us openly racist. We are culturally racist, and this is how. Part of our culture is to frown upon dark-skinned people. It's been passed down to us by the Spaniards, by our colonizers, by the people that conquered us, taught us that dark skin is inferior, light skin is superior. We were taught that. It was passed down to us, meaning it's part of our culture. We are culturally racist in this aspect. That doesn't mean I go out in the streets and want to hurt Black people because they're Black. Right. It means that our teachings, the way we're raised, is that we are raised to subconsciously believe that dark skin is inferior and light skin is superior. Another element in our Mexican culture is Univision News, Univision channel. That channel is run by white Latinos. The ideologies and subliminal teachings that they teach is very similar to Fox News. White supremacist-ish. They make efforts to depict dark-skinned people as criminals, that whenever they even bother sharing news about dark-skinned people is when they do something wrong. But yet, when they want to mention anything that has to do with light-skinned people, specifically white people, is to depict them as them doing good deeds around the world, feeding the homeless, etc. You get it. My grandmother was visiting one day from Mexico. She's never lived in the United States. She has no idea what life is out here. She was watching Univision News, where they depicted a Black American committing a crime. She turned around and said, "Oye, estos negros solo estorban, ¿verdad? Hey, these Black folks, all they do is get in the way, huh?" Here's the interesting part. She's never met a Black person in her life. She has no idea what it's like to interact with a Black person, but yet she already has an opinion about Black people as a whole. Why? Because part of our culture, in this particular case, Univision News, since we were children, we have been subliminally taught that Blacks are bad criminals, etc. And whites are good, decent, giving, saviors, etc.
Now, under the Joe Biden administration, they had the borders wide open, and anybody could just walk over and scurry over into America, right? And you started to see Texas and Florida and these southern border states overrun with immigrants, specifically Venezuelan migrants. And the governor of Texas, he started to bus these migrants from Texas up to Chicago, up to Colorado, all across middle America, right? Into New York City and all these different places. As soon as they got there, they started to turn up. They started to really turn up in places like Colorado and Chicago. And then you started to see the formation of a gang called TDA, Trinidad Agua, whatever their names are, right? And they started to come there and they brought that same foolishness that they had going on in Venezuela, they brought it to America. And they went into the ghettos. Now, this is the question that I asked: where are they getting the guns and the substances, the illegal substances from? Right? These are supposed to be immigrants coming in across the border. They coming in with money. They coming in, like where they getting all the firearms and all this kind of stuff? This stuff is really fishy. And there's a lot of black people in those communities that started to really call this stuff out. They was confused and wondering, like, wait a minute, they're coming in and their numbers are growing fast. Right, and they got cars. They taking over housing developments. They just running wild. Right. This is what some of the people were saying. Check it out.
Let me tell you how crazy this is. In Aurora, Colorado, there's a Venezuelan gang that has taken over 2 apartment buildings. I kid you not. The landowner has contacted the local authorities. They said there's nothing they can do about it. That's squatter laws, bro. I kid you not. Look this up. Number 2, he went to the FBI. They said there's nothing they can do. And he even went to the marshals, y'all. And this Venezuelan gang has taken over the apartment building. They're charging the tenants inside rent money like they're the landlords. Meanwhile, the real landlord can't get these people evicted.
Y'all, these migrants are getting worse, and a lot of the media is not covering it. A 19-year-old Venezuelan migrant just literally shot 2 police officers in New York City, NYPD, at point blank. He shot them at point blank range. Now they have him in custody and he's being charged. But what they are saying is that he basically is stating that a gang is instructing him to shoot at cops.
So Fox News heard about these Venezuelan gangs and all the stuff that was going on, right? And they jumped in the van and rode down on the south side of Chicago because they wanted to know what was actually going on out here in the streets, right? And could there be a potential war between the black gangs and these new Venezuelan gangs now coming into the community, right? This is what they uncovered.
We went out to some of Chicago's most violent neighborhoods to meet with current and former gang members who tell us that TDA first showed up when the city opened up migrant shelters in these areas, and that now the Venezuelans are trying to move in on territories controlled by the city's black gangs, setting up their own operations and actively recruiting kids and teens in the neighborhood.
It's only a matter of time before things escalate because they moving in our neighborhoods. Is different areas that different guys, I guess, different so-called organizations or gangs had, and they moving on their blocks and standing out there and trying to emulate them or doing the same thing that they doing.
And see, let me say this, before these migrants started to really come here, we were already having problems with a lot of the Latinos and Latino communities in certain states across America. Now, I just happen to be from the East Coast, Philadelphia. I live in the city where we have the 3rd largest Puerto Rican population in the country. And we don't bang against Puerto Ricans. For the most part, we always got along with Puerto Ricans. But I found out that when you go to other states across America, it's not like that. Puerto Ricans and Chicago blacks and Puerto Ricans are not getting along like that. You're not allowed in those communities, right? When you go to certain communities up in New York City, man, they're not rocking with you like that. Sometimes some do in the Bronx and stuff like that. Over there in Bushwick, they do, but some places they don't. I'm in Philadelphia, and our numbers are greater, right? So we don't have any problems. I know we never had problems out of the Puerto Ricans, but I'm finding out those Mexicans, man. I found out that a lot of those Mexicans practice anti-black racism. in Texas, Arizona, California, especially in the prison systems. It gets real bad, right? So you have a brother that was on TikTok, and he was clowning around being funny, but he was exposing the racism of Mexicans in California. He did this.
To protest with the immigrants, cuz. We need to go downtown to protest with the essays. Go down there and protest. Yeah, black and brown love. We are allies, blood. Let me think about that. Right.
Man, LA, dog, if you know, you know, and if you don't, you don't. LA's racist.
But at the time, Martinez in that recording also referred to the child as a monkey. The councilman in a statement called the comments vile and disgraceful and said that, quote, Martinez attacked her son with horrific racist slurs and talked about her desire to physically harm him.
Well, we don't want to sign to no blacks.
Right.
Southsiders do want, guess, I don't want to speak on that, but we don't want to sign to no blacks.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
The Mexican gang, they already have their laws.
Yeah.
And you're going to follow their laws.
Yeah.
Like, you can't sleep in the cell with a black guy.
Really?
No, it's against the law.
A Mexican gang member cannot have a black cellie.
No. He has to go to the hole.
So he has to basically fight that guy.
They sabotage black and white people on jobs, get black and white people fired on jobs, and then you will see their cousins, their uncles, their brothers, their sisters, and everybody on the job got fired because they didn't try to get you out of there, and their whole family is there. And don't let one of them get to become a supervisor.
You know what? I'm going to just sit this one out.
For real, folks? Are you sure?
Yeah, I am sure.
So let me say this to a lot of the immigrants out there. You guys live in a country that you say that the government is oppressing the people. And you was able to pack up and leave. And the United States is giving green cards to a lot of you immigrants that's coming here where you come from the best of your class. A lot of you are educated, you're smart, and you come here and you start to outperform. You start to perform on a high level, a lot of you, when you get here, right? But let me tell you something. If you took the best of the Black American class, that 10%, the best, the higher learning educated, and we sent them to your country, they will outmaneuver you guys in 2 months. 2 months. If you took Black Americans, the best class, the best of our class, they would go to your country and outdo those same and outperform the same people there as well. We will run circles around. So when you guys come here, right, and you start doing jobs and you start doing good, you ain't doing nothing that we ain't already done. You're able to do it because we already did it. We already did it. We already worked all the jobs from low paying wages to the highest order. We did all those things already. You ain't doing nothing that we ain't done before you that provided the stage for you to be able to do it. But then you come here and you thumb your nose up. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I'm not trying to hear like a lot of you West Africans, a lot of you brothers and sisters from East Africa, from Kenya, and places like that. When you get over here, I'm not like you guys understand colonization and what happened. Y'all don't get no excuses the same way we don't get any excuses. When you come here from Dominican Republic, you come here, y'all know who the open enemy is. You choose to want to acquiesce to them, right? And at the same time, have an issue with us when we don't have a history of hurting y'all at all. Did we make some little jokes at every now and then to my Haitian brothers and sisters and to my African family? Did we make jokes? Yeah, but we were kids. Now let me tell you guys something. Let me let you in on a little secret. The very jokes that we said to you guys, we said it to each other first before y'all got there. We already said it. You guys, it wasn't exclusive to just you guys. Black American culture, we had the funniest comedians in the world because our jokes was a coping mechanism to dealing with the atrocities that we were dealing with. So when you guys come here and we start to bust on you, that's actually a form of endearment to try to ingratiate you into the culture, right? You start busting back. We say, oh man, this dude funny. That's just part of our culture. So the very things that you got made fun of, we did it to each other first. So you're not special. And we were children we was doing. So get over it, man. Get over it. But I just wanted to just show, what's going on still here in this country, despite the deportations. We're still experiencing anti-Black racism from so many different groups, and we don't even have the power to deport anybody, right? But I'm going to cut this video short here. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comment section. Let me know what you guys think. Remember, I love y'all. Till next time, peace.
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Those Jamaicans who intend to come back with crime and violence to undermine what we have been building here, let me be clear to you that this is not the Jamaica that you left 10 or 20 years ago. It is not the JCF that you left 10 or 20 years ago. You will either meet a judge or your maker if you come back to Jamaica and violate our laws and create havoc. I know that there are many who will be returning to Jamaica, coming back to lovely communities like these, rural areas like these, and they may attempt to set up gangs, get involved in scamming, and undermine the values of the communities that they return to. We will not tolerate that. Come back with a good heart and a good mind. Come back willing to work. Come back with your resources. You will be able to make life.
Come back with your resources.
Well, come back here. So
listen to the boule. Boy, if you don't take your citizens back to your goddamn country, calling all your citizens criminals and shit, you taking them back, regardless what they is. Fuck you want all of your Jamaican gangsters in America. See, this is disgusting. It is this boule shoe shiner. This is how you talk to your own people. We don't give a fuck. They're your people. And any of the traits you just named, they need to do that shit there. Not in America. Boule. You're taking them back. Who gives a shit if they overthrow your goddamn ass?
Undermine and destroy what we have built.
This is a good thing. Very good. And it shows that the world won't end just because people who fled have to go back and fix home. And you notice that the Jamaican Prime Minister specifically singled out the problem of gangs, saying that this is the main thing he was concerned about. That tells you something, because this is an issue that we have also discussed. Part of the problem with the tethers is that while many of them are cowardly liars like Candace Owens, who ain't going to bust a grape or lift a finger for nothing, others are equally cowardly, but they're quite violent too. And as a result, when they commit crimes, we get plastered with that, because the white media makes sure just to say that they're black. There's no attempt to look at their background at all. And that's the reason why delineation is so important. As we've seen with immigrants, especially if they have some sort of media profile, whenever they do something positive, they make sure to mention that they're Nigerian or Jamaican or Ghanaian. They want to make sure that the home country gets their credit, even if it's a country that they themselves never set foot in. But when it's time to talk about the Shawa posse or Haitian gangs or Nigerian scammers, suddenly they're not representing the home team anymore. They just say black. Now, before I go any further, we need to make note that we have a lot of true soldiers among us who trace their lineage to Jamaica, Africa, and all points in between. When we talk about tethers, we're not talking about them. Everybody knows who the tethers are because they're cowardly, they're liars, and they're opportunists. Now, the immigrant family among us, they know exactly how much damage that these tethers did to their home countries. And I, for one, am glad that the Prime Minister down there is making it a point to say that when these individuals come back, they won't be allowed to act the way that they've been allowed to act in the U.S. And I'm fully in favor of that. Bukele is a white supremacist adjacent. Now, I'm glad I don't have to live in a country that he's in charge of. I would hate to have him for a neighbor. Though it needs to be said that he responded to the out-of-control gang violence in his country by adopting a zero-tolerance policy for it. And for their sake, I sincerely hope the Jamaican Prime Minister's words are not just empty hair and bombast, because his words are going to be tested. When those gang members come back giving them a lead enema, that's going to be a tactic, but you can't make that a strategy. However, having places to imprison them can be. So is the Jamaican Prime Minister planning to do that? Is he putting anything in place for that? Because he's going to need to. And as good as this move is on his part, I hope that they'll also deal with the core issue that caused their people to flee in the first place, a broken loyalty system and the political and racial schizophrenia of clinging to the corpse of a long-dead empire, in this case, the British Empire. Jamaica is never going to come into its own until they finally stand on their own 2 feet and sever any and all ties to the so-called crown. Either they are an independent people or they are a vassal state of some white country, but they cannot be both. It's precisely these kind of internal contradictions that have made it impossible for them to have the kind of group solidarity that they need. Jamaicans of a necessity must have pride in themselves. I'm not talking about hollow boasting like the kind that we get from the tethers, but true pride in themselves for their accomplishments. However, Pride means nothing if they don't also have trust in one another. Jamaicans began leaving in droves during the 20th century, mostly to Britain. That should have been the first sign that there was a problem. When a people abandons their land, they also are surrendering their birthright and their children's chance at an inheritance. When outsiders see people fleeing from their own home, what that says to them is this is a people who are weak, or at the very least, their land is basically undefended. That makes you into a target for anybody who wants to come along. We're seeing this in Africa playing itself out for about the umpteenth time. And not only is this bad for the home country, but it also creates problems for the people who leave. Because when people flee, they have to start all over again. And while there is something to be said for making a fresh start, you cannot establish a great civilization abroad until you first learned how to build one at home. Sooner or later, the Africans and the Caribbeans are going to have to make a stand. They can't all flee. They can't all immigrate. And that being the case, at some point, they're going to find that they can no longer escape having to do the work of building. And truth be told, if they refuse to build for themselves, then they will simply become economic and political and physical casualties of whomever comes along to knock them off. People who do believe in building. Now, of course, you're going to have more than a few people who are asking, well, why is it the Jamaican Prime Minister is simply saying we don't object to our countrymen coming home, like the people in Colombia and Venezuela do, but he's not calling them home? Well, the question is, what would he call them back to? It's precisely their broken loyalty system that's made it impossible for them to have any sort of real group economics. That's the core of the problem there. It's an economic one. But I do consider this to be a positive development that you have the Prime Minister of Jamaica who, rather than trying to object and say, we don't want our citizens back, instead he's saying, fine, everybody who can get back, you're coming home, we welcome you. Just keep in mind, things are different now. And if he's going to be taking a hard line, that's good. You're going to have to get people in line and make sure that they understand that they're not going to be able to go back to the bad old days. They're not going to be allowed to turn Jamaica back into a war zone as they've done in certain areas in the United States. The entire reason you have so many tethers who try to claim that they're better than foundational Black Americans is because they feel insecure and inadequate about the fact that they had to flee from home. I've spoken about this before. When somebody has to run away from home, it creates an inferiority complex in them. So they try to compensate for that by praising the home country to the hilt as being superior in every way, even though that begs the question, if they truly believed it was superior, why did they leave? I hope that in addition to getting tough on the criminal element who made so much of Jamaica unlivable, they will also focus on getting their economics in order. And that would start with something that Dr. John Henrik Clarke talked about when he gave lectures on the Caribbean revolutions. They don't buy from other Black people. And it's not because they believe their own people's work or products is of inferior quality, as much as it is about mental colonization. It's the same reason that they still bow to the descendants of the very white supremacists who made their forefathers and foremothers into slaves. Whether they want to admit it or not, the reality happens to be they have taken on the same attitude of contempt for other Jamaicans as the colonizers did. That's the biggest problem that goes along with being colonized. The oppressor puts their own mental shackles onto you and has you thinking and acting the way that they do, especially when it comes to one's own people. If there's anything that could be called the true demonic genius of the white supremacists, it's that they got the oppressed to see the world through the eyes of the oppressors. And that's a key reason why it is that even after the so-called end of colonization, all of these countries still have these problems going on anyway, because they have to a large degree taken on the mentality of the very people that they were supposed to be fighting against. And that poisons and contaminates all of their dealings, not just with each other at the individual level, but also at the group level. It affects what they see when they look in the mirror and what they do when it comes time to interact with one another. But the Jamaican leader is showing nerve and toughness, even if it's only rhetorical, which is a hell of a lot more than I can say for the leaders of Latin America. They've been able to put off making the kind of bold social reforms that their countries need by using illegal immigration to send their disenfranchised into exile. The corrupt ruling Blancos down there would have been overthrown ages ago if they didn't have the ability to export their dissidents northward. When they try to pretend that they are so concerned for their citizens who are being deported, that's a lie. If they cared, they would have made the changes that the people demanded a long time ago. Illegal immigration has not only been a political lifeline for these corrupt blancos in Latin America, but it's also been an enormous revenue generator for them. As I detailed in an earlier morning briefing, these countries receive billions of dollars each from their illegals in the U.S. who send money back home. That is a torrent of free cash that they don't have to do anything to get. All they have to do is just sit there and watch this shower of money deluge them. And what have they done with all that cash? God only knows, because you can't tell by looking at their country that anything's come of it. But the attempts to try to scare or coerce or guilt or shame the U.S. into going back to an open borders, sanctuary nation policy isn't going to work. And the people advocating for it are becoming downright ridiculous. You have the likes of Shakira, of all people, saying that immigrants live in constant fear in the U.S. Which immigrants is she talking about? Certainly not herself. She's not an illegal alien. And does anyone seriously think that this scrawny heifer has spent even 5 seconds around the people that she pretends to be caring about? While illegal immigration has been a catastrophic problem for the U.S., for Latin America's corrupt Blanco ruling class, it's been a solution to all of their problems. The misrulers of Latin America have spent centuries lying to their own people, their own mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, their own children. So why does anyone doubt that these exact same individuals aren't lying to the United States? If Shakira wants to stick up for people, she can start with her own country of Colombia. Afro-Colombians are treated horribly there as anything you would find in Mexico or Argentina. But white Latinas like Shakira and Sofia Vergara don't care about that and don't even mention it. What she's doing is empty virtue signaling, nothing more. And keep in mind, these are the same people who have decided they would make a culture out of attacking black people in their home countries and calling themselves attacking and trying to look down on us here. These are not victimless crimes. And that brings me back to our part in all this. We have to make sure that we keep looking out for each other, because that's what differentiates us from tethers and bootlicks. The Candace Owens, the Coleman Cruzes, the Cynthia Erivos, they don't care about anyone, not even their own. They gladly throw each other overboard. That's how they got in the mess that they're in. That's how they got into the U.S., by showing back in their home countries how they had no loyalty to their own people. That's why they fled. They're not about to be 10 toes down for anything. Tethers rely on white supremacy to sustain them. Sure, white power can bring them in large numbers, but the tethers are not a community. They try to brag about being proud of coming from wherever, but that doesn't make them a community. They have divided themselves into a bunch of factions. And they're all trying to act like tribe is more important than anything, just like they did back home. It's way past time that changed. If white power hadn't spent the last 60 years hand-feeding these bigots from Latin America and the tethers from the Caribbean, all of these loud mouths who call themselves wagging their fingers in our faces, they would have nothing. And that's what they fear. Well, the Prime Minister of Jamaica is making it very clear that he's not terrified of his citizens being repatriated. In fact, if these guys get on code, it could turn out to be the best thing that's ever happened to them. Imagine that. People who actually look at their own country and their own countrymen as being the place that they want to be. But the thing to remember is, the same way that I've pointed out that the bootlicks and the shills and the tethers, they fear black empowerment because they know that we are not going to feed them. The black grassroots isn't going to feed traitors and turncoats. Well, the same thing goes for these other countries if these people get on code. Who the hell is going to want to feed these tethers when they come back home acting the exact same way that they did in the U.S.? You have Candace Owens running around calling herself bad-mouthing Jamaica like she tries to bad-mouth us. They wouldn't feed her, and she knows that. These clowns depend on white supremacy for every crumb of their daily bread. Well, as the great FBA filmmaker Sam Greenlee said, black people should be building their own bakeries and baking their own bread. And when black people return to those kind of practices, we will also once again put ourselves in a position to decide who eats and who doesn't eat. And speaking of eating, the Jamaican Prime Minister is threatening to have these gang members fed some lead. Well, truth be told, it's way past time that they had a zero-tolerance policy for any kind of off-code behavior. And this is also going to result in these guys acting differently, as in better towards us, because once they have to actually take on the burden of having to stand on their own 2 feet and actually take care of their own affairs, they're not going to have any patience for people who are sitting there with empty bluster. That's going to be what happens when only deeds matter and not words. We don't bear the Jamaicans or the Africans any sort of animosity, not like so many of them have borne for us when they come here. And that's because we don't have the insecurity on our shoulders. That comes from failure. It's time that these guys started getting some wins under their belts again on their own terms. So that being the case, I'm actually applauding them. I'm rooting for them. I have no interest in seeing the Jamaicans or the Africans or any other part of the diaspora fail. That's what tethers and shills and bootlicks do. Once they have to start doing for self again and don't have the luxury of white mommy and white daddy feeding them anything, then what's going to happen is all of that divisive rhetoric is going to start to go away. Or at the very least, if they continue bragging about themselves, at least now it will finally be well earned. And that's a fundamentally healthy thing for everybody else to see what it is that we've been doing all this time and to understand why we've been telling them haters don't build and builders don't hate. Good day and be one.
Continue to see a lot of videos of, Black immigrants, coming to us as FBAs. Case in point, this Afro-Latina. She made a video directly to FBAs. I want you to hear exactly what she has to say, because there's one point in here I really want to home in on. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Fellow Black folks, we don't care. We don't care if you don't think this is a fight. We don't care if you think he was right all along. We don't care about nothing. If you got nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. Simple as that. Stop trying to act like middle school trying to prove a point so bad. Stop trying to get on here and trying to convince other people that this is not their fight just because you feel a different type of way. If you feel like you're going to mind your business about this protest, you should also mind your business about who the hell is going. That's it. Simple as that. We need to shut down the narrative that Latinos and Hispanic community was not there for y'all. I've seen a lot of people there at the George Floyd protest. I've seen a lot of people there at the Black Lives Matter protest. Please get it together. I need y'all to understand that we are all a minority together. We're not saying that what you went through was not worse, but this is not a competition right now. Also, I need y'all to remember that there's a lot of Hispanic and Latinos that also went through slavery and went through the same oppression that you guys did. Okay? Yeah. And to the Black folks that are talking about, oh, that's the law. Y'all came here illegally. Da-da-da. If y'all really want to be ignorant, so was slavery. Slavery was a law. That still didn't make it right. What are you talking about? Like, what? If y'all want to get on here talking about, oh, y'all should have been at them polls. Y'all should have been this and this and that and third. Da-da-da-da. Y'all should have been together more as a community. We wouldn't be here. I promise you, mass deportation still would have been a thing. And I want you to remember that 62% of Hispanics in the Latino community voted for Kamala. What are you talking about? And also, use your common sense and your brain. You useless dweebs. Be for real. How are undocumented people going to vote? How? I also need y'all to remember, they're only coming for a certain type of community. Understand that. That's the problem. They're only ripping certain families apart. They're attacking a certain community. And that's the problem. Not even that. It's also the fact that they're not going through the proper channels. Y'all need to remember that coming here legally is not even a real crime. It's like a civil rights crime. It's kind of like jaywalking. Why is not these white folks all in jail? Let's be for real. Exactly my point. There's literally white immigrants. What happened to the Italians? What happened to the Swedish? What happened to the Irish? What happened to all of that? What happened to the Russian? What happened to all them people? I don't see that happening to them. What? And you also need to remember that a lot of our communities is mixed. We're all as one. What happened to the Afro-Latinos? What happened to the Black Hispanics, Black Latinos? What happened to that? Like, what? Believe it or not, we're closer than you think. Like, what? This is what they want. They want us to be pitted against each other. That whole narrative that, oh, the Hispanics only want shots at the protest so it could get violent, this and the third. Who said that? Please let me know who said that to y'all. Because what are you talking about? That is an outright lie. And if you don't feel comfortable protesting, right, you could do it from your house. You could speak up from your house. You know what I'm saying? It's not fine to get on the internet and start attacking people for going. And not even just attacking them, but trying to convince them not to go or not trying to do what they feel is right. That's weird. That's the problem. I also need y'all to remember that there's a lot of Black immigrants. Yeah, simple as that. I'm talking about like straight up Black, like not mixed. Because y'all feel like once somebody is mixed, they're not Black enough anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about straight up Black, like from the motherland. Depends on. And I'm telling you, because I work in those facilities, there's a lot more than what you think. Like, I'm talking about a lot. Yeah, this whole narrative that it's only the Hispanics, aka the Mexicans, and like, you know, the Latinos and stuff like that. It's cap. It's a lie. Yeah, it is. Not just that, there's other communities as well. There's Indians, there's Hindus, there's Arabics, there's all types. Like literally, like it's the fact that they're only coming from one community, and it's weird. And they're abusing their power and their authority. Again, not going through the proper channels.
Like these are people that can't even speak the proper language to defend themselves. Simple as that.
Bullshit.
Like what?
It's a TikTok revolution.
But I said what I said.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started here with little sis here. All right, this deal here about you. When you mentioned the slavery part, right? You said, oh, well, you know, we wasn't the only slaves. They went through slavery too. You're 100% correct. In Latin America, Black folks in Latin America were enslaved. Africans were enslaved. You're 100% right. So why, and 9 times out of 10, you probably were Dominican, possibly. Why?
Native indigenous people in these what are now Spanish-speaking South America. We just played a lot of video on that. They were enslaved along with our people. See, a lot of these people thinking they Spanish, they love the Spanish. See, they are colonizers, they goddamn self. We already proved that they also colonized California for a little while too from native. These people is colonizers. So they really, you know.
Did you come over here?
They got Philippine. A lot of them got Filipino in their genetics. You see, they have a lot of them have an identity crisis, and we didn't cause this. We got better shit to do than to try to tell people who they're not. You know what I'm saying? But what they're not gonna do is tell us when we gotta protest, what we gotta protest, or not to tell our. We ain't told Latino people not to do shit, but we got every right to tell Black people, hey, don't do with that. They got a lot of anti-Black hate in their heart, and now they coming with the guilt trip. They trying to guilt trip us into getting beat across the head and the dog sick on us. Man, please, that old play TikTok revolution that y'all doing out there, man, y'all ain't nobody been beat yet. Shit, don't be worried. Nah, Nick. Hell no.
Here and separate yourself away from FBAs since we were enslaved just like the rest of you were enslaved. Shouldn't that slavery been our common bond that when you came over here, say, let me go ahead on and join with my formerly enslaved brethren and work with them and build with them here in America?
And when was they in bondage? I never heard them talk about no bondage. You see, no one in the world talk about no bondage except us and the people pretending like they us over there in the land they calling the Holy Land. It's not one person on this planet, and the whites done been in bondage too. They think that is a shame on them. You know, they don't want to talk about that. Are y'all kidding me? The Arab slave traders, they used to kidnap whites. The Ottoman Empire. Oh man. They were slave trading whites too. Well, I might do a whole series on that. A lot of these white people, they mix with all kinds of different shit. They used to invade each other's empires. They kidnapped the women, and just had their way with them. I done said this before. It's a myth that these people know. They want you to feel bad about yourself. Hey, slavery, you don't know who your great. They ain't making it up. Their ancestors are lying to them. They don't know their last name. They switched that shit so many different times. That's a historical fact. They don't want to talk to me. All that pretending like they could, we go back to the Mayflower. You're a Mayflower lot, bro. That's what the great grandpa told you. He don't know who he was. You see, the whole world, we just been through the worst, longest of the bondage. That's documented. You know what I'm saying? It might be some more time somebody was in bondage for 10,000 years. We ain't documented all that yet. But I will not have people right now talking about their slavery. What? Let's open up the history book. What was you in bondage? Boy, y'all is not indigenous. Let's stop that lie.
Since they know about America, they know about these white folks, they know about all this situation going on here, right?
Look,
no.
This is how you know if you're indigenous in this world, because nobody will like you. They will mock you and talk about you and backstab you. That's how the telltale sign of indigenous people is they mock you. They act like you other, that you're not part of the society. That's a fucking fact. So I can go all throughout Latin America, and when I see the indigenous people, they're going to be mistreating them and trying to overthrow them. That's a fact. A few Latin American nations, the indigenous done seize back power. They fighting them people. They fight the colonizers. Some of these same people, they fighting like hell to keep them out, especially Mexico. Now, these people, they will open up a can of worms with this conversation we have. They fight like hell to keep the indigenous people of Mexico down and out. That's why they probably started the fucking cartel stuff. Rascal and steal more land and turn their land into cocaine producing. These people, man, they better stop this shit. They know damn well. Your ass ain't indigenous.
You did not want to do that. You want to separate yourself into your own little enclaves. And now, since FBAs have said, okay, no problem, we just going to delineate. We're not begging nobody no more. Now it's an issue and a problem. Why?
Everybody in the world did that. We weren't even doing it at first, man. Everybody in the world did that. They started separating. They having whole festivals. I ain't got no problem with the Caribbean festivals. We're like, hey, what the hell y'all do? We didn't know what they having all kind of festivals that had nothing to do with us. We just black, strong. We think about Malcolm them and Colin them. We just black man and woman that the Africans. They tell I'm Kenyan. No, I'm Uganda. Huh? I'm South America. Are you African? No. I'm from Nigeria. Like, oh shit, they breaking it. They ain't claiming. They don't know. That's, okay, we won all together, but then they separated. And then when you get deeper, going to the Nigerian, it's different tribes. That's why it's outrageous for people to act. No, we busting it down so we can get our tribe right. That's a fact, historical fact. That's who we are. And everybody, hold on, because we the strongest tribe. That's the problem. You see, we're the strongest tribe worldwide. You see, let me tell you something. We have just grew up, be so pissed at America and be mad at them because how they treated us. And boy, we got the golden ticket. Oh, yeah, we don't have to argue about these people right now fighting just to get in here. We already here. And people want us to just let everybody in. Hell no. Nobody finna. No. Man the gates. Don't let nobody else in. Man, we finna bust what's down left. The people $33 trillion. Hold on. Stop all that borrowing. Let's just see what we got. What can we? Plenty of land left. I told you that. All right, we're gonna get some of that, but we're already here. As Black Americans, we're stronger than any other motherfuckers. It's African nations, they don't even have more wealth than we got as a collective. That's what they're trying to stop us from doing. So they can get suckers like LeBron. They want suckers like Jay-Z and them to fund their bullshit operations in other countries on the black man, I'm black man type shit. Instead of let's get our shit together right here because we're the strongest. And nobody ever wanted us to do that. The Jamaicans could. Everybody else could. They didn't want us to because they always wanted to come over here and get next to us and soak up some of this swag, soak up some of this shit. Look at they come over here. They trying to steal the NBA from these niggas. These niggas better wake up. Why they talking shit about us? They trying to run off with everything we come over. No, hell no. We ain't going for that shit. But we hip to what's going on now. I'm glad because I wasn't at one time. I'm like, damn. You're so right. Oh, that's what's going on.
How are you bringing up slavery all of a sudden? The slavery been the history, but now you want to bring up slavery. I guess what to make us feel, oh my God, you know they was enslaved too. We got to help out our brethren. There was come on
historically in time.
Come on.
That's a point in time. We are historical people. 1,000 years from now, they're gonna go to a specific point in time, and they're gonna be talking about us. When they talk about the descendants of the slaves in America, they're not gonna be talking about everybody in the fucking world, all the black people in the fucking world. Fuck, no, they're not. They're talking about a Pacific people. Everybody else got to back up. Just back up for a fucking minute. Nobody wants to back up because they already know what come with that. Because they know who these people are. You see, when people talk about the 12 tribes and all that, okay, it's different tribes in the tribes. Huh? It's different tribes in the tribes. That's what you should be. That's the part. That's the part, bro. Who are we? Because whoever we are, the whole world got a problem with that. You see? They want to stay next to us and soak up everything we do, but they got a problem with us being who the fuck we are. And they don't want us claiming that anything but that.
Come on. Y'all trying so many manipulative tactics, guilt trip, shame, all kind of things to get FBAs to go outside and go fight specifically for you. What do we get out of it? Seriously, y'all keep telling us what we should be doing, but you're not telling us what we get out of it. Because if we go fight, you get to stay, right? You get something out the deal. What do we get? What do we get? Y'all have never presented what we get out the deal. The Latinos didn't present what we got. We will get out of it. You, ma'am, is not presenting what we're getting out of it. Nobody. Listen, we're not going to do anything without reciprocal relationship. You can call it transactional. You can call it whatever. But we're not going to do anything. And I know that's messing with y'all head that we're not going to just go out there and put our bodies on the line, our income on the line, our freedom and our very life on the line for nothing anymore. We'll do it if it's for us. We'll gladly do it. But the rest of you, and a lot of you have been disrespectful. What do you expect us to do? We listen. If a person keeps disrespecting you and you allow it, they're going to keep doing it. If you put yourself down like a doormat, they're going to keep walking all over you. And the moment you square your shoulder up and say, the disrespect is done, I'm done. Because they're not used to you doing that. Like, oh my God, I can't disrespect you no more. Now you checking them. Now you going in on them like, where did this come from? Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're going through. They're going through shock because they're not used to us creating a boundary. Understand? They're not used to the boundary. You're not used to saying, nah, them days are done. Disrespect, done. Doing things for you for free, done. Everything with you is done. If you want to approach us, you want to approach us on respect and a reciprocal relationship. What are we going to get out the deal? If we don't see we getting nothing out the deal, that's an equal value to what you're getting. It's no more one-sided relationship. Listen, some of you been in relationships, with men, women, whatever. And you've probably been in relationships in the past where the relationship was one-sided. Like you did everything in a relationship, the other person just took from you. You got to a point, what happened? You got away from that person. Why? Because you're giving your all and this person giving nothing. Relationships are about give and take. And the relationship FBA has been having with all of you, other groups, has been a relationship of y'all just take. You don't give crap. That's what that is. And because FBAs are now valuing ourselves and valuing our culture and our community, that bothers a lot of you. You want us to say something. We've said a lot over the years. And some of y'all were even telling us, why y'all making it about race? Some of you said that. Why are we making it about race? Why everything gotta be race? Some of you Black Latinos, especially some of you Dominicans, y'all would always tell us that we making everything about race. Everything isn't about race. Well, what's happening right now? It's not about race. It's about legal status. It's not about race. You see, when we were telling you about they targeting Black people, you said it wasn't about race. So now you see they targeting y'all, and it's not, and they're not targeting the white ones because it's got plenty of white illegal immigrants here. You're 100% right about that. We all know that, right? That overstay their visa. Oh, we know.
They getting their ass up out of here too.
They're not targeting them.
They gotta go too.
But this is what we told y'all about race. See, one thing about this administration, and one thing I'm liking about this administration, is that everything we told you, now you've seen it in raw form. You've seen it in the unadulterated raw form. And y'all don't like it. Y'all want us to go out here and take the beating and take the weight of America on our shoulders so you can live comfortably and just go to work. No, ma'am or sir.
Bring up Dr.
You feeling the weight of America and what America really is. And it's a heavy weight to carry. And FBA's been carrying that weight for all of you, been the shield for all of you. And we're done. You got it. A lot of y'all got more numbers than we have in this country now. Handle it. Handle your business. You don't need us. You got enough, right? You got enough. If all the Latinos in this country get together, that's more than FBAs, according to what the census says.
They ain't getting shit. They better back our reparations push. They ain't getting shit until we get ours. And when we bust ours down and see what all going on, then we can start looking around and seeing who is who and what happened and who being mistreated. That's a fact. We have a lot going on right now.
Y'all got at least 20.
That's a fact. We put it on the table. They talking about who getting beat. We have anti-black hate bill. We need that. A lot of anti-black hate been going on this year. And legislative reparations, our ancestors, they not even sleep. They ain't resting peacefully because they was lied to. After all they had done for this sticky country and liberated this land from the bigots and the hypocrites and the colonizers like France and Britain and Germany that was helping the Confederates, we kicked their goddamn ass too. That's a fact. The North, they living so good right now, their ass was under pressure. The Confederates had them under pressure. They never wanted to give us out them weapons. Then they gave us them weapons and we just started tearing everybody ass up. They even got we fired a few shots at their motherfucking ass a couple of times. That's a fact. That's a fact. So that is the litmus test here. Not when you come here and they say, who's the first president? Can you say the alphabet? Pledge allegiance? No. Do you accept legislative reparations and anti-black hate bill? Or they say, no, the hell with you. You got to go. And we'll give a damn about nothing you or your people talking about.
Some million more y'all in this country than us. Why are you asking us anything?
We done with all that.
When I say Latino, I'm talking about no matter what color they are. If they Latino, they speak Spanish, get out there. The Asians, they said they not even get involved with y'all. So
they gotta say,
that's the Asians on that. The Arabs, y'all not hounding the Arabs, y'all not hounding nobody. Just FBA.
The Arabs definitely gotta shut the fuck up the way they sat there and got humiliated about Israel. They no more. I don't want to hear nothing that they talking about because it's all nonsense. They scared of Israel. They ain't gonna do shit. Don't be over here talking shit when you can go over there for jihad. No, that's over. That's over with. All them women and kids. Nah, don't be going to college protesting. People that are trying to get an education. Take your ass to where it's going on at. Historically, that's what you're supposed to be doing. No, they all have been shamed by Israel. I don't want to hear it. No. Hey, mother talking about protest. You said this is your goddamn land. You're gonna take it back. Y'all trying to get us to go into the streets and do what? That's how you get no land back. Quit wasting people's time. That's the first order of business.
Y'all would have more of a coalition together if y'all get all the immigrants together and deal with this issue. But FBA, no. We're not doing nothing. And then listen, we even over this. If you come out here and fight for us, we'll do this for you. No.
I just made that video the day. I asked the Spanish-speaking community in America, where was they freedom fighters? Historically, they talking about this, they land, and they want to fight. Okay, cool. Paralyps, anything. When have you ever did armed resistance in this country to get your land back? I ain't talking about Punch a Villa. No, we don't want. That's too far back. When have you been trying to get your land back? And I told the cartels and the mafias is running their fucking communities. That's a fact. And run that shit from prison on their West Coast. That's a motherfucking fact. We have shown several revolutionary groups, the Panthers, Birthright, Nation of Islam, New Black Panthers, NFAC. I mean, you can go on and on from we can show you decades ago to right now. The formation's still there. We still putting in the work. When we say we finna make the move, we making a move. This protesting shit is what our elders, the civil rights people came. That ain't so when we stood up for George Floyd, man. They ain't got shit to do with us. Why was you when the Panthers was putting in work? NFAC hit the streets. Where was your fucking gun formation? Don't you tell me one fucking thing about a Black Lives Matter rally. What the fuck that got to do with us? Them the Greek freaks. We not doing no step dancing. Where was your gun formation? Don't you tell us come out there and put our lives on the line. You don't have a fucking slingshot. Huh? Y'all got bricks to bust a window out and loot for Nikes and shit. We ain't got time for that. We're not down with Antifa. See, we got to put it all on the table. No, whoever feelings get hurt, they get hurt. Y'all better bring y'all gun formation to the motherfucking table when y'all talking to us. Because we are a gun formation type motherfucking people. It's disrespectful to talk to us about poster boards and markers and justice, no peace. Don't be fucking playing with our people like that no more. We already chastising the boule for doing that shit and getting our heroes whooped across the head and dogs sick on our people. And here y'all go, coming to us out to get our people to put their bodies on the line while y'all don't even have a motherfucking slingshot in y'all hand, like I said.
No. We did that. And every single time, y'all screwed us. So because listen, all y'all owe anyway. You owe a debt at this point. So that means before we do anything, y'all got to pay on your debt. And we got to literally see you pay on your debt. Then we can consider doing something at that point.
All they got to do.
Well, how could they pay on their debt?
Financial for them. All they got to do is all these states, all these cities, they come out and push the reparations bill for the descendants of slaves. That's it. I mean, that's pretty. We see that. Like I said, this could change everything. Once the Latino community come out and then we push this shit in these state houses and we see they push it, they fighting. Because see, that's you fighting for somebody else. If you want us to fight for you, you got to fight for us. And we got to start with us. Then we can get to you.
And then, glad you asked. They can stomp real hard for cash payment reparations. They can show up to those meetings and say, yep, FBAs need their cash payment reparations. And stomp so hard on it and vote for candidates who going to push reparations, cash payments.
That's a fact.
And they all be in one accord about cash payment reparations. That's one of the easiest ways for you to fix your issues with FBA.
You can fix this shit. You can fix this shit. This is bigger than lip service. This is actions. Because politically, they have numbers. Okay, cool. Y'all back us in these state houses instead of going against us like y'all did in California. Governor Newsom would have never been able to veto that, or that shit would have had to took off the books if the Latino community would have came out and backed up the blacks play. No, you back us. We have we're trying to put this legislation together. That's what we care about. Anti-black hate bill, cash payments for the descendants of slaves, land grants. That's what we want. And then we can get to all this DACA, birth, citizenship, all that. Yes, we can look at all of that. Once we get the oldest grievance in America, we have the oldest grievance. You can't just be getting to Q. You did this deal with A. Why y'all trying to look at Z, the last issue? Is this bullshit they talking about right now? Let's deal with A. The A is you have not got right with the builders of this fucking civilization. You trying to talk to some more people you say is hardworking and they must. Who the hell you think we are? Here we are. Who? You forgot about us, motherfucker, when you're driving around this country and you're saying, wow, what a great place. You should be remembering what you owe.
That's what I would do if I was in your position. I would do it. If I didn't want to get deported and I don't want my people deported, I'm like, hey, man, look, the money they're going to get not coming to my bank account anyway. I don't care. I just want to stay here. So let me do whatever it takes for me to stay here. So if supporting them is going to help me to stay here because I want their support and the fight for me staying here, then I'm going to support them. That's really common sense, actually. It's common sense. But, like they say, common sense isn't so common, right? So I know you're not used to boundaries. I know it's hard. It's kind of like a man or a woman that just, snaps one day and say, no, hell no, man, nobody ain't gonna treat me like this no more. That's the shock that y'all feeling. Y'all been so used to doing us any kind of way, right? And we come to your rescue and with nothing in return. Jesus did a lot for you. We're not Jesus, okay? We're not. So you better go talk to Jesus and get out there and fight. Because, on this end, we cool. So we can say whatever we want to say online. It's our choice. We just talking. We're not rounding nobody up. Always remember that. I'd rather somebody talk online to me than round me up and deport me. Just saying.
Ever since delineation, a lot of people have been questioning what is FBA? What qualifies you for FBA? Everybody's just been asking this question. It is not really that hard to figure out. It's not rocket science. It's not the theory of relativity or anything like that, right? It's very simple. Case in point, you got this sister here, that she's the first generation in this country, and she just has some questions for FBA. Let's go ahead and check this out.
I just have some questions for the foundational Black Americans because I was born here. My parents were born here, okay? And I keep seeing a lot of posts about the foundational Black Americans siding with Trump and deportation. So I just want to know, like, how does one know that they are a foundational Black American? Because wouldn't that make every American that's Black here in America that's not from the islands or from like other countries, wouldn't that make them foundational Black Americans just by being born here? Or I don't know, maybe someone said like you have to have like 3 generations born here. I don't know. I just want to know, like, how do you guys know? Because everybody can't be foundational Black Americans. There's just no way. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just trying to get more like.
Now you would hear her post and you would think, oh, okay, well, that's something maybe we just need to talk about or explain a little bit further. But then look at what's on the screen here, what she has. She says, I have so many questions because you guys seem to take great pride in being FBA and being racist toward Africans. This is what she says on the screen while asking the questions that she is asking, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, what you just said about FBAs and being racist toward Africans is categorically false. Black people cannot be racist toward any group of people and surely can't be quote unquote racist to someone from the diaspora. Now, people can just maybe not like you. That's probably what it is, but racist? No, can't do that. What power do we have to quote unquote enact racism? You have to have power to enact racism, to be the dominant race, right? And racially, I guess, you're African descent, like we're African descent, but culturally, we're Black American, right? And you're African. There's nothing wrong with that. Now let's get to what she's saying. Ma'am, your parents, you are from the motherland, okay? Shout out to y'all. We and my ancestors built this nation, like the foundation of this nation, right? There was no America until we built it. We built it from scratch. There was no foundation at all until we built it. Then we built not only the foundation, we built America. So later you come along after America's built, after all the work was done, after all the civil rights was fought for, right? After all the dogs was, biting our ancestors and the water hoses and the Klan and all the different things that we went through and the Jim Crow and the black codes, we did all the work. You came in here later and just benefited, right? So if you can't trace even somebody in your family that went through generations or even what I described, then clearly you're not an FBA. If your ancestors don't trace back to chattel slavery in this land, you're not FBA. Now, you may have some Caribbean people may say, well, we went through slavery in the Caribbean. You're 100% right. And you need to go get your reparations from the British. That's in Jamaica for sure. Go get your reparations from the British, right? And I support your fight for reparations. I'm not against it. And if you get reparations, I would genuinely be happy for you if you get your reparations in the Caribbean. I wouldn't be like, why can't we get it? Because my ancestors wasn't enslaved in the Caribbean. They were enslaved here. But ma'am, not only yourself, but others, y'all are literally freaking out. You're freaking out about delineation. Because yes, as of the filming of this video, no, we haven't had a single reparations check deposited. But y'all know spiritually it's going to happen. Because if y'all thought it wasn't going to happen, if y'all thought it was just so fringe If y'all just really thought all that, y'all wouldn't care about reparations. You wouldn't care nothing about no delineation. You sure wouldn't be trying to figure out and worm your way into being an FBA. I've never seen so many people who come to this country. This is the crazy part. They come to the country. We want to say, oh, let's practice some Pan-Africanism, right? Let's all be together. Let's all be one. And when we wanted it, they were like, nah, you know, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. I'm not black. I'm Dominican. I'm not black. I'm, you know, Trinidadian. You know, all these different things that's being said, right? Everybody going to their little corner. We've saying it like, hey man, like let's work together. You know, like saying we all be together, we all be black together, and that's it. Nobody wanted to be black together. But now because of delineation, and you say, you know what? You're right. We should be fighting for our own group. Now all of a sudden, hey, you know, we brothers, we sisters. Like, what are y'all doing? This is divisive. Why wasn't it divisive when we was talking about some Pan-Africanism? Why wasn't it divisive then? We didn't tell y'all divisive for going and stay in your own communities away from us. We didn't accuse you of being divisive. We didn't understand it. We didn't. You're like, that's kind of weird. We did say that, but we didn't accuse you of being divisive. We didn't accuse you of being racist. We didn't accuse you of doing any of that. We just like, well, that's what them people want to do. And we went on by our business. And now since we talking about, okay, now we've delineated, now it's a problem. Oh, them FBAs. Oh, they sounded like MAGA. Oh, they taking talking points from white nationalists. We didn't say that about y'all. That y'all wanted to take talking points from white nationalists and we didn't say nothing about y'all. We didn't accuse y'all of being anything. We just understood that's what y'all wanted to do, and we had to respect it. Now, this is what FBAs want to do, delineate. You got to respect it. I think it's disrespectful. You're trying to worm your way into it being an FBA. Y'all trying all kind of somersaults, all kind of loopholes, trying to fine tooth comb any little crack in the armor you can get in. Like, ooh, I found a spot. I can get in. Like, this is desperation already. I mean, seriously. Like, why are you so desperate? Be proud of your community and your heritage. Be proud. I'm not taking away from nobody's heritage, where you come from, nothing. Be proud. But right now, FBA's got to take care of FBA because we haven't been doing that. We have neglected our community forever. We have. And now we have to fix FBA. And fixing FBA means we don't get out there and fight other fights that has nothing to do with us. It's like telling you, leave your house to come clean my house. Okay, you're going to leave my house clean, shining like new money, but your house stay dirty because you never clean yours. You always cleaning mine. Well, that'd be like you saying, nah, Phil, I'm cleaning my house from now on, bro. I have neglected my house. My house is a mess. You got to clean your own house. Well, that's divisive. Why all of a sudden you go clean your house and telling me you gonna clean yours and you not gonna clean mine no more? That's divisive. Some people like, okay, people like that's stupid. Why would anybody say that to anybody, right? Fix your own house, clean your own, right? Wouldn't people say that? It's the same thing. Handle your own fight, handle your own things. But see, this is the issue with y'all. Some were being disrespectful, and then they want to hide behind us when white supremacy come. And what's happening right now is that you can't hide behind us and white supremacy is at your doorstep. You can't say, hey, FBAs, we brothers. We should have been brothers a long time ago. And I'm not saying every brother or sister who's an immigrant here is on any of that, because that's for sure not true. But for the ones that has saying statements like FBAs are being racist toward Africans, it's the dumbest thing ever. What are the laws that we put on the books to harm Africans? What policies we push for to harm Africans specifically? None. We're against any harm to Africans here or in the motherland. So why would you lie like that? That's a bold-faced lie. And you're the kind of person, ma'am, that we have to watch out for. And usually getting Congress and be disrespectful to us, or look out only for your own. Why don't y'all answer that question? When some of y'all get in Congress, y'all only look out for your immigrant community, but you don't look out for FBAs. You don't think that's divisive? That's hella divisive. Look out for all black people. Why only your group or y'all immigrants? That's so divisive. But y'all not being called out on y'all divisive behavior. But we divisive. We want to look out for ourselves now. So y'all, it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. They're going to be, everybody is going to be trying to listen. Not just the diaspora. No, that's a given. Latinos, they already tried. Latinos going to try to worm their way in the FBA. Asians going to try to worm their way in the FBA. And the closer you get to reparations, you know who's the final boss going to try to worm their way in the FBA? White people. Oh, trust me when I tell you this. Reparations get this close, white people going to be trying to say, well, you know, my granny from 3-4 generations back was a slave. So, I mean, technically I could be included with FBA. Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. You're going to be freaked out how many people going to be trying to worm their way in the FBA. You're going to be like, wow, what in the hell is this? Am I living in the Twilight Zone? Oh, it's coming. I promise you it's coming. People know things are coming down the line, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, what I say to this sister here, just be proud of your heritage. You're not an FBA. You are, a first generation, African American. You're truly an African American. And shout out to you being an African American. But you're not an FBA. And that's all. Nothing wrong with that. Enjoy your African American status and hey, we'll support you, but nope, not an FBA. You must be a descendant of slaves in this land, and we didn't immigrate here. We don't have no other foreign flags we waving. We don't send money as remittance to nobody. We're not being pressured from family to do that. That sort of thing, like what immigrants go through, right? We're not forced to pay school fees for family members overseas, right? Like immigrants are forced to in a lot of ways and pressure to, right? So, nope, we're not immigrants. That's really the major criteria. Descendant of slaves and you never was an immigrant, then that's FBA. Just that simple.
Terror cells, human traffic rings, and cleaning up the streets. CNN is literally pushing an app to help people avoid deportation. You can't make this up. This is right versus wrong, but watch this.
The Trump administration steps up ICE raids and mass deportations. One tech developer is pushing back with an app designed to track ICE activity in real time. It's called ICE Block, and it's controversial to say the least. Senator Claire Duffy is with us now. How does this work, Claire, and what are the legal implications?
Yeah, John, I talked with Joshua Aaron, who is the longtime tech worker who developed this platform, and he said he really wants it to be an early warning system for people about the location of immigrations and customs enforcement officers. So he says he does not want people interfering with those officers' activity, but he does want people to be able to avoid them altogether if they want. So you open the app, it looks like a map, and users can tap the map to report an ICE sighting in their area, and then everybody who uses the platform within 5 miles of that sighting will get a push alert. This is a free iPhone app. It is anonymous. Aaron says he doesn't collect any user data. And what I think is really interesting about this in this moment is we've seen so many of the biggest leaders in tech supporting President Trump. But Aaron is sort of an example of the fact that there are people within the tech industry who are really resistant to Trump's policies. I asked him what he would say to those tech leaders who, for example, were at the inauguration. Here's what he told me. Take a listen.
I understand that you have shareholders to report to. I understand that you have employees that need their paychecks. But at what point do you say enough is enough?
And John, I should say that ICE did not respond when I asked them about this platform and about Aaron's opposition to their activity.
Wow. Yeah, I watched it. This is definitely real. CNN is promoting an app that tracks ICE in real time, an app designed to help illegal immigrants dodge federal agents. Could you imagine? Could you imagine the outrage if there was an app that alerted people to avoid police, the FBI, or the IRS? I'll take the IRS app. I'm just playing, but no, seriously. If that was a app like that, man, it'd be crazy. But for ICE, apparently that's okay. That's the new norm. Just sit with that, man. But while CNN is busy helping people escape the law, here's the type of people ICE is actually catching.
Breaking news. Brand new information on an alleged human smuggling hub in Van Nuys.
Air 7 was over the home just a few hours ago, and this was seen near Woodley in Satakoy. Our Mark Cotarobis is live in the newsroom with details. Mark.
Yeah, David and Giovanna, Customs and Border Protection providing us new information. Within the past 90 minutes or so, the agency also posted this new video of an arrest. CBP says that they executed a federal search warrant today targeting a human smuggling hub tied to national security threats. Two people were arrested. 7 other Iranian nationals were taken into custody earlier this week at the same address. Some of those people were on the FBI terror watch list, we've learned. CBP says the smuggling network has trafficked people from adversarial regimes, including Iran, posing direct risk to U.S. national security. Now, this all comes less than a week after the U.S. bombed Iran's nuclear sites. There was some concern Iran would look to retaliate.
Now, this ain't no hard-working family narrative right here. These are what they're telling me, Iranian nationals. Some of them are definitely on the FBI terror watch list, running a full-blown human smuggling operation.
This is the CIA behind this, and Mossad. Mossad more than the CIA, but Mossad and the CIA helping them.
Wow. A national security threat? Really? This is who y'all want to protect? This is who's hiding in plain sight. And then you got CNN out here putting people on the platform to introduce the app to make it seem like they're just trying to get information, but we know what really happened. Want to block the deportation force from stopping it, make it make sense. But it ain't just terror threats, y'all. Let's bring this right back home. Let's talk about what's happening in everyday neighborhoods.
What I witnessed firsthand was hundreds of emergency police calls to the migrant hotels for every conceivable crime imaginable. There were felony assaults, there were sexual assaults, there were robberies, there were public nuisance complaints, there were misdemeanors, there were migrants committing crimes against local residents, and there were migrants committing crimes against each other. There were hundreds of ambulance and other emergency medical service calls to these locations. The strain on the local government resources was tremendous, but there was not $1 of state aid or assistance for Cheektowaga or its surrounding communities, while New York City received billions of dollars. What I witnessed firsthand was...
So what I just heard was hundreds of calls, hundreds of 911 calls, robberies, sexual assaults, felony assaults, disturbing the peace, public disturbances, migrants attacking residents, migrants attacking each other. And guess what? $0 in state aid to the towns dealing with it. But New York City, oh, they getting billions. That's the real price of open borders. And when ICE finally shows up, look what they have to deal with, y'all.
Yo, what the f are you doing breaking this window, dog? Hey, you can't break this window.
Isaac Torres was on his way to visit his grandparents yesterday when he spotted federal agents in his neighborhood and started recording.
Yo, don't be f***ing breaking this window. No hables, no hables. Hey, no hables, no hables, no hables.
Take a look. This video shows one of those agents smashing the rear window of this white pickup truck. And just moments later,
yo, hey, he's bleeding, bro. He's bleeding from his head. Look.
Several agents seen surrounding the man being detained. One of them smashing his head into the ground.
He wasn't resisting at all. Like, they just straight threw him to the floor and like they started pushing his head on the concrete. And then that's when I think he opened his head.
Blood clearly visible all over his forehead.
They didn't care at all. They didn't care at all.
This morning, neighbors still gathering around where this all went down, wondering why such force was necessary.
Not only did they pick you up, but they beat you up. This is unacceptable. But this is the sentiment that is brought by the current administration, Donald Trump's administration.
As like federal agents like that, like I feel like they shouldn't be treating people like that. Like throwing them to the ground, tackling them, like forcing them down. Like that's not how they should be doing things. That's like completely wrong.
And Isaac tells us he was able to get in touch with that man's family. The family says that they were able to speak with their loved one yesterday, who at the time was still complaining about his head hurting. Now, as far as this community, like I said, they are still very much upset about what happened. And actually, they are telling me that they just planned a protest, what they're calling a peaceful protest for this afternoon at 5:30 p.m. on the corner of Amar and Hacienda Boulevard. Reporting live in La Puente, Monica de Anda, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Monica, thank you.
No, we don't have the full context of the situation. I'm just under the impression that ICE is doing their job. And of course, we can talk about ethics and how things were handled and all that. However, there is certain protocol. And from what I'm saying, these are two grown men locking themselves inside a truck, refusing to come out. So ICE literally had to break the window just to do their job. If you belong here, what are you hiding? If you're legal, why are you refusing to comply? Somebody explain that. And look, if you think this was bad, wait until you see this next one. I can't play the audio to this, but this is men climbing a tree to dodge ICE. I'm telling you, I ain't never seen nothing like this. Climbing a tree to dodge ICE. We've seen them on top of buildings and all that. But this is what it's come to. Y'all, the previous administration, they tried to break the system and set it on fire and let it burn. But it's not just people. It's not just the people ICE is after. It's the ones defending them that are just as loud and proud about breaking the law.
All of you out there in Los Angeles waving those foreign flags, and in the same breath you're screaming about your American rights, you need to sit the hell down because you sound damn stupid. Let's get one thing straight. You do not get to torch American cities while you're flying some other country's flag and then cry about how you're out here trying to defend freedom under the U.S. Constitution, because you're not. You're a freaking domestic terrorist, period. Illegal immigrants, the people that you're out here rioting and burning down Los Angeles for, do not have constitutional rights. Why, you may ask? And I'm going to say this loud and clear for the people in the way back in the cheap seats, because they're not American citizens. And if you are defending these criminals who are not even supposed to be here, guess what? You're just as guilty. And for all of y'all out here losing your damn mind because Donald Trump sent in the National Guard and you're out here screaming, it's unconstitutional. Right. Oh, really? Well, let me help you read, since you clearly skipped that part. Because when you join the U.S. military, you take an oath to defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And guess what? Ding, ding, ding. You're the domestic enemy. You are not protesting. You are terrorizing. You are not defending the freedom. You are burning it down. And that is why the National Guard is coming in. Not to silence you, not to oppress you, but to defend American citizens from you. You don't get to destroy this country and then try to hide behind the rights that you are actively trying to burn down. You are not the victims. You are the unhappy volunteers. And the real Americans, we're done playing nice.
She is speaking straight facts. Now, I know some of y'all don't like all the yelling and whatnot, but sometimes the truth needs volume. You waving foreign flags while screaming about your American rights? Nah, you don't get to torch the country right hiding behind the Constitution that you clearly don't respect. And while the streets are dealing with all this chaos, this is what leadership looks like, when it's actually done right.
President Donald Trump signing an executive order today to create the National Center for Warrior Independence to be located at the sprawling West LA Veterans Campus at Wilshire Boulevard and the 405 freeway. When the new center is developed by 2028, the White House says it could house up to 6,000 homeless veterans. The nonprofit Veterans Collective says it welcomes the news and hopes the West LA campus can serve as a model for future veteran housing sites across the nation.
We've been able to drive down the homeless veteran population considerably over the 10 years by about 50%. But there are still, for instance, here in Los Angeles, 3,000 veterans living on the streets. So we need to continue to do more. If we can successfully create this model, a nonprofit joining with the VA, both doing what they do best, then that's a model that can be replicated across the country.
Stephen Peck says the nonprofit Veterans Collective has already raised $1 billion to help fund its homeless to housing initiatives to create a thriving veteran community on the West LA campus. There are already more than 1,000 vets housed there. This is a big story. We will continue to follow it.
Finally, a president redirected money from housing illegals to housing homeless veterans. I have to literally clap for that one. To helping Americans struggling with addiction, to getting jobs and homes for people who fought for this country. This is how it should have been the entire time. The entire time. And it ain't just leaders waking up. Guess what? It's regular, everyday Americans too.
When I tell you, the first time I ever voted was for President Trump this past election. I feel like one of the best decisions I ever made. Like, are you guys tired of winning yet? Because I am not. I am not tired. So as you know, birthright citizenship, right? And let me just speak on it to the people that don't really understand.
Mm-hmm.
Birthright citizenship was set in place to slaves that were brought to this country against their will. It was not for the illegal immigrants that broke the law to come here pregnant and then give birth and then now you're a citizen. That's not what it was about. So, birthright citizenship has been being abused because people think they can come here pregnant or get pregnant, and as long as they push out a baby on American soil, that means that they're Americans. And I just love that is no longer. Ain't no better time to be a proud patriot than right now.
Say it louder, man. Birthright citizenship wasn't meant for people sneaking across that border to give birth and game the system. That wasn't what it was designed for. It was meant for descendants of slaves. The people who were brought here against their will. Now, you would think black people would, to get this news. I'm just saying. The people who were brought here against their will, that's who it was for. Not for the people breaking the law. No. And if you ask me, I think it's pretty much time for that loophole to get closed. What's your opinion on that? Let me know in the comments. And if you need proof, if you need even more proof that enforcing laws work, just take a listen to my man's right here, y'all.
In 1 week, I have seen in my city
Black man power washing parking lots. Black men doing roofing work. Black men doing lawn services around businesses in my city. Things are starting to look like the old days again. Black Man Thoughts 2.0, and I'm out. Peace. In 1
See
week.
this right here? This is proof. Look what happens when you stop rewarding illegal behavior, according to him. The jobs come back, the dignity comes back, the community comes back, power washing, roofing, landscaping, American hands doing American work again. That's the result of ICE doing their job. Definitely a pretty good side effect, if you ask me. So let me get this straight. ICE is out here cleaning up human trafficking, catching terrorists, removing crime from neighborhoods, and the media's response is to build an app to block deportations. I always say it ain't about politics. It's about good versus evil, y'all. It's about basic survival in this country. Enforce the law. Protect your people. Or watch the whole thing fall apart. Simple as that. Appreciate y'all for coming to kick it. Yet again, please go check on somebody today.
There's this video out of California with these two Hispanic cops, and these brothers out here doing their job, and the cops show up. Now, all the protesting that's going on right now, and a lot of black people have been dealing with issues with the cops out there, and a lot of the cops are not even white anymore. They have some white cops, but a lot of them are Latino. Let's go ahead and check out this video.
We had to press the police right up. He's working. He's working. Leave him alone. Stop being racist. Stop being racist. Stop being racist. Hey, leave him alone. 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 Stop harassing us. Stop harassing us in our community. Stop harassing us. These are my nephews. Stop harassing us. These are my nephews, okay? They work for the company, okay?
Work for this parking lot and for Metro. What y'all doing?
Don't do that. Officer Garza, Officer Mata, Officer Garza. They come in our community and they harass us. They harass us in our community. Why you hop out the car and harass him? Why did you get out the car and harass him? Stop harassing Hispanics. Stop harassing us.
Because that could have gone any way. It was a good day for the brothers. Stand still for me.
There's so much going on in this world.
Toward the end, you say go harass Hispanics. They're not going to do that. Why would they do that? You know what I'm saying? They're going to look out for their community. That's for sure. But this has been going on out there in Southern California for a while now. And all the reports is coming out about the anti-black racism, about the attacks that happens on black folks. Even if they go to jail, they join with the folks right against black people. There's no black and brown coalition whatsoever. And then when the people have been calling black folks to come out and trying to use, Vicente Guerrero from 1829 to justify it, this is why black people are saying no. This is why black people are saying we are cool, because we watch how when y'all become cops, y'all don't become allies of FBA. Y'all don't say, hey, man, don't worry about it. Like I said, I'm going to look out for y'all. No. And we talking about as a collective. We're not talking about as individuals. You may know a couple of individuals who cool. We're not talking about them. There's no reason to, because they ain't doing anything wrong. But you seeing all these incidents of them doing police brutality and all this other stuff. Look, remember Sheriff Villanueva, right? He's brown, and he had a whole white supremacist gang in the LA Sheriff's Department, the LA County Sheriff's Department, right? And a lot of the members were brown and white, but a lot of them were brown. How can you have this black and brown coalition when the collective of brown see themselves as either white or white adjacent and want to align with whiteness, and not only just aligning with whiteness, but want to align with white supremacy? This is why FBA say, now we don't care what's going on with no dog on ICE. That ain't our fight. That ain't our business. Because when we're sitting out here minding our own business, here y'all come harassing us. Here some of y'all go shooting black folk in the street. They have all those illegal street vendors out there in LA. The police don't tell them nothing. But let a brother, from what a lot of black people are saying, go put up some cook some barbecue or something, selling hot plates out there. He needs a permit. She needs a permit, right? But the other ones don't have to get permits, and permits get expensive. I know. Oh, I know about permits, and permits take time, and it's a big mess about permits in the city. But you got people doing what they want to do, getting around. Just like, for instance, and you remember the story that came out of Florida about them scamming CDLs? You know good and well to get a CDL, you got to go to school, pass the right test, because, hey, you're driving an 18-wheeler on the highway. You could take a lot of lives. And they were sitting up here getting CDLs, legal CDLs, from Florida. And they caught them doing that. They caught them with the degree scams, right? Getting degrees and getting them to pass the NCLEX and all that. I'm talking about the nursing test. They've been catching them doing that. All this scammy stuff that's been allowed to go on, but they never go catch them doing that. But they want to catch FBA doing something small, something that's not even insignificant. They don't let us have a big theft ring. They don't let us be getting in the Department of Motor Vehicles and giving each other CDL so we can go make some money. They don't ever do that. They don't allow us. Man, one person got in there and they found out they were doing that. Man, they'd be out of there. They do not play with black folk. They do not play. Now, when they tell you about the black and brown coalition, just show them that video. Say, hey, is this the black and brown coalition that you're talking about? Harassing black people? And we know that's what it is? Is that the coalition that we're supposed to join? We are done with that. Because if we want to join a coalition, we need to join a coalition in our own community. Because we have a lot of work to do in our own FBA coalition.
That's a fact.
We gotta look at our HBCUs and make sure those are good and fixed up. We need to support our HBCUs, and you got the bootleg running it. We need to run them out and put some grassroots people running the HBCUs because that's our schools. We need to take care of our HBCUs. Don't let our HBCUs go. Encourage our kids to go to the HBCUs. They need to. They'll say, oh, well, they this and that. Well, the parents and people need to stand 10 toes down and make those HBCUs be what they're supposed to be in our community for our kids. HBCUs is a safe space for our children. Because you go over there with them folks, you already know what you're going to get into over there, right? You already know. We have to fight for it. We got those issues to fix, HBCUs. We got issues with relationships that we need to fix, right? The rearing of children and all of that. We need to fix that. We need elementary schools and all of that. Middle school. We need more daycare centers in our black communities. We need, black-owned retirement communities that we need. We need so many different things that we can focus on our energy on. We don't have time to be sitting here focusing on other groups of people who didn't respect us anyway. And that's what I want y'all to understand. No collective group respects FBAs. And not because we did them anything. If anything, they're indebted to us because they wouldn't be here if it wouldn't been for FBA. And I want that to drill into your head. All these other groups are indebted to us. Now they'll get mad, say, I ain't indebted to you. You wouldn't be here in this country at all. It wouldn't have been for FBA. So yes, you are indebted. But you come over here and think you got yourself over here? That's not the way it works. And I hope the Supreme Court rules on this 14th Amendment and says, yeah, Trump, you can stop people from just having babies here and being citizens. That's gonna send a shockwave across America with immigrants. There's no that will be the end of birth tourism, because people do that. They'll come here, drop a baby here, have an anchor baby, and that's how they stay. Because that amendment, even Trump was right about that. That amendment was for us. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. That's all related to us.
And that's where a lot of hostility comes from others, because they try to claim slavery. Well, that birthright citizenship here in America is not for people who was in slavery all over the world. We hate that you was enslaved in Africa or Haiti or the Caribbean. We hate that. Y'all, justice is coming. Y'all fight hard. But that has nothing to do with birthright citizenship here in America. That's another reason why they just want all of us to be the same. They try to claim black or whatever. They were planning on scamming their way up on something like this, birthright citizenship type shit.
Yes. Well, we have 3 amendments of the Constitution that's related to FBA specifically. So why are you coming in off of the 14th Amendment? You didn't go through anything. You didn't. The 13th Amendment. Listen, in order for you to benefit, in my opinion, off the 14th Amendment, you had to go through why they established the 13th Amendment. Okay? The only thing that we need to fix, though, in the 13th Amendment is that slavery, they still have a slavery clause in prison. There shouldn't be no prison slavery. I'm not saying prisoners shouldn't work. I'm not saying that. I'm saying prisoners, if they work, pay a minimum wage. That's it. Pay a minimum wage. And they can work, and that minimum wage can go in their commissary, and they'll have money. You can cut out a whole lot of BS that go on in there. Everybody be working because they say, hey, man, I'm going to work because, shoot, I have money in my commissary. I have money I can maybe even send home to my family. I can send some money home for Christmas for my kids or something. Them guys actually would appreciate that they can work and at least get paid minimum wage. I don't know why that haven't been established, but they want to run this country like a freaking plantation. But, black people wanted a coalition. And now when black people say, yeah, we cool, now people coming out making videos. Oh, well, what's going on, black people? Well, we need a coalition this, coalition that. Like, no, but nobody's looking for no coalition. Not now. Y'all didn't know. Y'all have a lot to fix. Way a lot to fix before somebody even consider that. But I don't even think black people want to hear it at this point, because you done too much and for too long. Then you out here disrespecting black people. They tell you stop using the N-word. You talking about, I'm going to use it anyway? Okay. All right. It's a new day. Yeah. It is a new day. You got some black folks who's silly enough, who is far as silly enough to be, they can say it. But a lot more black people are saying, nah, I'm not cool with that crap. If you are not a descendant of slaves, that's not your word, bro. You got all kind of words in your community that y'all say to each other. Say that. What's wrong with the words in your community? But anyway, yeah, y'all keep y'all head up out there in California, man. Keep your head up, because it's always a battle with FBAs out there.
Cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country
President Trump signed an executive order which said that when you are born on U.S. soil, the only way you are granted automatic citizenship is if one of your parents is a U.S. citizen or a lawful permanent resident. Now, currently, under the Constitution, as long as you are born on U.S. soil, you are automatically a U.S. citizen. The citizenship status of your parents is irrelevant. So Trump's order was challenged in the courts. And what the district court judge did is he said, okay, while I'm considering the merits of the case, while I'm considering whether this order is constitutional or unconstitutional, I am going to prohibit the administration from enforcing this order nationwide.
Okay, so the question is, we can talk about what she said and what Trump stated, but should birthright citizenship be abolished? Should it be? You got to go ahead, Kelly. Can't hear your audio.
Oh, absolutely. It should be abolished. We don't have slavery anymore. It was for the 14th Amendment was for the children or babies of slaves. We don't have that anymore. It 100% should be abolished. So we don't have any more anchor babies.
Huh? Does anybody disagree? So do you think that the people that got citizenship because of the birthright, should they go back? Should the kids go back? Or should they be able to stay?
Well, if they want to be apart, if they don't want to be apart from their families, like they're saying that we're doing, I mean, why not? Like they're saying that Trump is ripping families apart. Stay with your family. I mean, it would make sense to me. So
I wouldn't be mad at it. I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't be mad at it, but I could see how it could pose a problem because basically it would be them being born here gave them the citizenship. So it would kind of be like something like retroactive. I'm not saying it right, but personally, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I can understand the ethical problem, I guess, because you could be 20 years old, you could be, 60 and then have to go home, but technically you were an American citizen because you were born here. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think it underscores a larger problem that's been a loophole for a long time. It's a couple different things that this speaks to. First of all, it also shows the hypocrisy of Democrats and that they've basically given this country over to people that's not even from here, to people that are undocumented and they came here to finesse the system. For a long time, Asian people have crossed over into the border pregnant and they had babies on this soil under the guise that they were actually just visiting so that their children can have their citizenship. You also had situations where a lot of people come over here undocumented and hurry up and have babies so that they can then take advantage of our taxpayer dollars. You had people that was basically exploiting a loophole, and the only reason that they've left it open this long is so that they can continue to have people entitled and then endeared to the Democrat Party, which they'll then feel like they owed something because you see a lot of people advocating for people that is not supposed to be here and they're over here illegally. And so in addition to that, you also had Trump, which is not being reported, which is not being talked about amongst Black people. It's not being talked about amongst Black people worldwide, because even if you set aside for 1 second the whole idea behind American descendants of slaves versus Black people that may be immigrants that came over from other countries, one of the things that he's doing is he's saying, go back to your own country and also let me be an anchor of peace for your whole country, in which he brokered a peace deal between Rwanda and the Congo, right? So nobody talks about that shit. Nobody talks about the
damn peace deal. The U.S. got the same type of deal they got on Zelensky. Now, business is business. Now, they're going to have to stop pillaging and plundering, but the U.S. is the one who sicked Rwanda on the Congo. So now anybody who know, like, come on, boy. That's like saying he tell Al-Qaeda and ISIS stop attacking Burkina Faso. Like, come on, you're sicking them on them for the resources.
The fact that you don't have mass genocide happening in traditionally Black countries where people are now able to go back to their countries, or they don't have to worry about getting killed when they go outside, or a war between two places like Rwanda and the Congo. And so as he's being thanked, and he's being nominated, or they're saying that they want to nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize because of the fact that he's advocating for peace across multiple different countries, including countries that nobody cared about. Everybody is sitting there. You know, I seen black people saying that they stand with Iran. I seen black people having so much to say about Ukraine. Ukraine and Russia, but they don't have anything to say. Nobody is saying anything about Rwanda. Nobody is saying anything about the Congo. Nobody is saying anything about Sudan. Nobody is saying anything about these places that's largely having peace, unprecedented peace to which they haven't had in a long time. But then they want to still say that Trump is racist. So the fact that he
goddamn peace to nowhere in Africa, like I said, he over there trying to steal their minerals. He told Rwanda to chill for a little while so he can take the minerals from the Congo. He ain't about no peace. Definitely, like I said, not in Iran and Israel. That's a lie. That's a lie. Slaughtering them babies in Gaza, women and kids every day. He talking about taking their fucking land and building resorts. That he ain't getting no Nobel Peace Prize for that. That's disgusting. Like I said, Antonio Daniels, you got to stop shining them shoes to get on Fox. It's okay to say, hey, the man don't deserve no Nobel Peace Prize. You're handling this deportation shit. This is getting back focused. Okay, I seen y'all just struck down the transgender playing in sports. Okay, that's great work. Is they not going to be in the boys' bathroom? Okay, now you're back focused. I see the university and the college said they're taking the wins off the record that the male transition to a woman and say he a woman and then beat all the girls in swimming. Okay, they took that back. The Trump White House was demanding that. Okay, now you working. All that war crazy lunatic shit around the world. Nah, we didn't ask for that. You damn sure ain't getting no Nobel Peace Prize for any of that type of work.
He is acknowledging black people inside of the United States of America while not letting people take advantage of something that was created for black people, speaks to, in my opinion, the things that he's doing more for black people than any other president / vice president that came before him. You had Kamala Harris, who never did anything except for go over to these other countries to advocate for the alphabet community, which that's not a part of their culture. You had Barack Obama, who his lasting legacy was basically the alphabet community here in the United States of America, but yet everybody want to have something to say about Trump. You got record low inflation, opportunity for jobs, the stock market is fucking booming. You got a trade deal now with China and the EU and one pending with the UK.
Lies.
You got
lies. Hey, don't try to run that he beat China out of nothing, nigga. China had him in a chokehold, man. And they still can't get the rare earth minerals that they need. All car companies might be shut down all across America. That's what they need to talk about. What the hell you mean? We just winning. You lost the trade deal with China. Boy, are you crazy? They had you by the throat. Xi Jinping didn't want to plan. And like I said, the U.S. military scrummaging around the world to find rare earth minerals because China has banned them from the U.S. military since Donald Trump wanted to get cute. No, that was a big humiliation. See, we got to be fair and balanced here. You won't be saying, see the win with China. No, I didn't see the win with China. Ask the car companies. They can't get those rare earth magnets that they need now. China said, okay, I'll get a car company some. Military, U.S. military, you get none. That's a loss. That's not a win.
Promises made and promises delivered, but yet black people are still on the Democratic plantation talking about fucking Kamala Harris. Y'all don't even know where she at. Y'all don't even know where she at. So, you know, for me personally, I think it should have been abolished a long time ago. But see, you don't hear that from the Jasmine Crockett's. You don't hear that from, you know, any of these liberals. Roland Martin not gonna have no conversation about that because the only thing that they do, the DOU,
was reparations.
only thing they want to say is Trump is racist.
In the birthright citizenship, because a lot of white people don't want nobody having that, but they can't do anything. We historically, that's for us. Ain't no getting around it. I'm glad it's on the record now. Now we get straight to business. We see what it just said is we the ones make you an American. Us. See, we the ones. Give you some automatic citizenship. Nobody else, you know. Please, just because you come here, that don't mean nothing. No, it's for us. And it go back to a particular group of individuals. I know people hate this, but even in the U.S. Constitution say, hey, it's a particular set of people, us. Call it what you want. People hate to hear FBA. They hate to hear that. They just say we B1. They hate to hear that. But do you hate to hear about that 14th Amendment? Do you hate to hear about that? Because the record just got set straight. No more playing those type of goddamn games. That's not for you. It's for us. Nobody else. Try that type of shit here.
But they have no proof of it at all whatsoever.
And they advocate
we was next. We was gonna go. We can't go anywhere. We're the citizens of this place. There's no deporting us anywhere. We're the citizens. Other people can get deported. They get the hell up out of here. Like Elon Musk. Glad he's Trump. Yeah, you can go, Elon. But we're gonna be here. We're here for a lot of these bastards. Never even knew it was a place over here. And we're gonna be here long after they stinking ass is long gone.
For the illegals too. Jasmine Crockett.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
So they do things that actually destroy
Undercut
black
us.
communities. They advocating for the things that destroy black communities, but because they're not overtly saying that they don't necessarily rock with black people, all of a sudden they still y'all people.
So Anton, the people that got their citizenship regarding birthright, you think they should go back too?
I think that's a difficult thing to grant somebody citizenship and to make them legal since they were born, and then to revoke the legal status. I don't think that you can do that. But the thing that I'm more concerned with is if they close the loophole to prevent anybody from doing it in the future. I don't think that's. I can't advocate for that.
And border crossing are down to 0.
Now, if you had temporary protective status, that's much different than being granted legal citizenship. Trump is not saying that he's getting rid of people that's already a legal citizen. What he is saying is that if you got a green card, be on your fucking best behavior. If you have
this shit and then that border is how they overwhelmed our communities and our population, you know, and then they start it being more of them than it is us. This loophole, our people catch back up, get rid of all those fucking abortion clinics in our neighborhood. We be back on top. I tell you, stop believing when they tell you it's only 20 million black people or 30 million. They've been saying that shit 60, 70 years. That's a big time lies. About 50 million of us here in this fucking country, bro. About 50 million of us. Go to all these majors. Look at all these black people around. They lie. A lot of black people ain't never been. This is the truth. A lot of black people ain't never been on no census. That's a fact. There's a lot of people, they don't be on no census, bro. These people talking about all whites are on the census. That's a fact. But they don't give a shit because the census is how they bust down the pot, where the money go to. You know what I'm saying? So they don't care that a lot of black people ain't getting on the damn census. But that means when they keep telling you, oh, it's 25 million blacks, 30 million blacks, like, oh, man, get the fuck out of here. There's at least 50, 60 million of us here. Come on, bro. Please. But so we stop all that abortion and then put in this birthright citizenship. Man, our people, few generations, we'll be back on top because we'll breed these people out. Our numbers gonna be good. And the white people, we've been paying attention, they're complaining and whining. Why do you think Elon Musk is having babies from all over the place? Because they can't breed fast enough. It's a big depop. They talking about people is depopulating all over the world. It's populations are declining. Not in any black communities. Those are lies. In Asian communities, Japan, a lot of them communities, yes. All throughout Europe, that's a fact. That's a fact. They're not breeding fast enough. That's why Putin is trying to pay for people to have kids in Russia, because that's a fact. They're not breeding fast enough. That is not a problem within the overwhelming surge in kids and stuff in the Black community or in Africa. You know, so this is a good thing.
Yeah, temporary protective status, like all of these Haitians. Time to go back to your country. And it's funny because people over in Haiti don't even want their own people back. They saying, no, y'all stay over there, don't come over here, you're gonna fuck up what we got going on over here. Venezuela, when all of those illegal migrants was let out of jail, they had a crazy level of people. They sent all of the motherfuckers over here that was doing the wrong shit. Oh, yeah. So, you know, I'm not going to go as far as to say that people that were already granted legal status here or legal citizenship, that they should be deported also. But I think that their parents should, because their parents was the ones that violated. And if they want to be with their parents, then they can go back with them. Otherwise, I'm be on your best behavior here.
Anybody disagree? Nobody got birthright friends? Any of your friends say anything about this topic or anything?
They gotta go home, girl. They got to get to stepping.
No, I can't say that. I don't think that if somebody, from the time that they open up their eyes, that they were legal, even if it was a loophole, that you need to revert back to that. I don't think that should play. But I think closing a loophole is ideal.
Yeah, America wants
that, and what it does.
See, that's not good. That's not good. You see, you got to see it from, you are traumatizing these kids. They, you know, you raise them to hate their country that they're from. You got to think. We got to bring some psychologists on to say the other side. No, you have raised these people in a false society that doesn't love them. That will always treat them like the other. You see, they have got to be trained and treated. I mean, people got to be ready to place them back into society from where they're from, which embrace them or love them. They won't be the other. That's just a fact. Well, you see, America, the corporations, the people at the top, they kidnapping kids. They want these kids here. They want these kids. They want to kick the parents them out. Listen, it needs to be some type of system together in these Spanish countries that's ready to take these kids in. No child at no age should be a stranger to amongst your people. You're like, we sending them back home. They never been there. That's their people. How can you say you have all this pride? I don't understand. How can you say you have all this pride? You know, that's what they're trying to tell us, for your heritage. And then once in the next minute, you don't want to go back there. You won't have nothing to do with them. Here's where you want to be. This is not your heritage. These people don't even like you like that. You're always going to be secondhand to these people. Nah, that don't make it make sense. No, quit kidnapping these kids. They need to be sent back and once again be amongst their people. That'd be good for them. In the end, that's what's going to be great for them.
It removes the incentive for people to come over here
like
and have
that,
babies just to think that they're going to be granted legal citizenship.
True. That's the only problem I have. Like, making sure you come over here and have sex and get pregnant, or to make sure you come over here and you almost do to have a baby to protect that baby, and then want that baby's birth to also protect your status in a country that don't belong to you. I think we need to take that away, because when you think about that, that's not an action you would do because you want to assimilate with another country and adapt to, you know, Western culture and all of that. That you see a crack in the system and you want to take advantage of it, you know, especially looking at why that's there in the first place, birthright citizenship. I think we got to close it. And yeah, if there are babies being born or children that were already born, I think they need to go back with their parents. You know, you shouldn't separate families. So I just feel like the children are going to suffer the sins and the consequences of their parents. So
why shouldn't we separate them?
A lot of these kids are coming over here. What we seeing that shit on the news. They're not with their family. They were coyotes. They were males. They come over here in large groups. They're saying they're a community. But they send them back to the community. I'm not just saying kick them in the ass, throw them out. No, it needs to be a humane way to do this. But that's the best way. The Spanish people, they should be ashamed of themselves wanting slave kids and wanting these kids to grow up in a society where they're never going to be on the status of the whites, and it's always going to be what's happening right now with the blacks. That's going to be a problem because the blacks have had enough, and they're not going to allow this bullshit no more. You won't have this problem in your own society. This is not the society. And they tell us that. They're trying to turn our society into their society. A greater Mexico, a greater Latin America. And we resisting that. Well, we done been through that before with the colonizers. They're trying to colonize our fucking communities. No, we sick of that shit, man. No. Fuck no. Hell no.
And I don't understand that part.
Separate that.
We're gonna do the
You know, because if I'm an illegal and I know that I'm trying to manipulate a system and take advantage of it,
community.
I know that if I get caught, what would happen to me if I was in another country, in South Korea, in Japan?
Right.
So why do I feel so comfortable about doing this in America? Because they've already had.
No. I understand that part. I'm saying, why shouldn't we separate them? I don't understand that part.
Separate who?
Families.
No, look at America now with the families being separated. That hasn't helped nothing.
No.
I mean,
I'm talking about illegal migrants. The illegal migrants that's over here. If one of them is legal, and the other one isn't, then you deport the one that. What the argument from people is that you shouldn't deport one person because the other person is legal, right? That's what they're basically saying.
So if the child is legal and the mama isn't, is that what you're saying?
Correct. So let's assume, for example,
separated being in the United States anyway. Like we get separated if our father.
You go to prison. You join the service.
That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, if somebody is illegal, they gotta go. If you're concerned about your parents, you can go with them, but they still gotta go. The argument for most people is that there is no separation of families because they're here illegally, and then another part of the family is here legally. And so we want to make sure
that's a very dangerous move that America and this dude is advocating. You see, you're gonna have hostile. You leaving in no wise nation would do anything like that. Have hostile foreigners, rip them, separate them, send off the mothers, the fathers, keep the kids. Yeah, empires have did that. That's BS. You see what I'm saying? No, you have to humanely send the kids back to their society that will embrace them. And financially, we're already giving these nations hundreds of millions. Yeah, you got to take care of these people with the hundreds of millions of dollars we're giving you. They're going to get that. That's you take care of them. And you train them back up in your facility. But the problem is if you don't, these people are going to forever have a hate in their heart for America. They're going to be want retaliation on our grandkids and our descendants to come. We're making a very bad decision, keeping people who going to have hate. You see how hostile they're getting right now. Just think about what you get to separating people and all that. Then they're gonna be leaving one group of individuals instead of everybody who had any ties to anything illegal. You got to go back from the community from which you came. That's just take the win. Like I said earlier, cash out, get your money. You go live great in your communities back where you come from. Because they gambling. You're gonna lose it all. All that stuff won't get. A lot of that shit is illegal anyway. Illegal gangs, man. You take that shit and go.
That we keep the family together.
Pay a lot of taxes
that's here illegally still should be.
Well, Anton, I would ask if the action to do something illegal and something came about that illegal activity, shouldn't the child that is procreated after that activity that would be a reflection and a response?
Because there's a lot of anchor babies that's above the age of 18. Right. I'm not talking about children. I'm talking about
kids that Obama.
You 18, 19 years old. Your mama was illegal. She finally get caught up. She got to fucking go.
Yeah, don't that make it worse? Because that means it's been going on this long. You got to almost live a full life on an action that was unlawful. That's not our
problem. That's not our problem. That's not our problem. If you escape from jail and you've been free for a long time, and then they catch you 5 years later, should you still be forced to do the sentence after you escape from jail just because you changed your name and you live a different lifestyle?
Of course.
Yes.
How is it any different?
No, I'm not saying anything against it. I'm saying that, I think that the children, that's the price that you pay. Like, why purposely have children so you can stay somewhere? And if you get away with it for a long time, and now we have administration that's like, well, no, if we don't do nothing about this, we're sending a message that it's okay, and it's not. So you have to go back.
Yeah, you're saying the anchor babies need to go too. Yeah, right.
But I can
Yeah,
also
if they under a certain age, then yeah, they need to go with their parents. 100%.
Why under a certain age though?
All
So
ages.
there's no repercussions for the adults now?
If you are anchor, because the anchor baby thing has been in existence for way longer than Trump has been in office. Is my point.
True.
And so if you were born here and you took advantage of the loophole previously, I'm not sure that it makes sense for them to say, oh, wait a minute, but you got to go.
Did y'all see that Jamaican guy that got deported?
Yeah, but you say, but your grandma got to go, who's illegal, your uncles, your daddies, your nephew, everybody, but you stay that sick. That's like, no. That just pushes the problem down the road. And some people like, you gotta make tough decisions. This is the best thing. We said, hey man, the money y'all saying y'all gonna make here, we know we're gonna send that back to wherever you're from and help you build your society up the best way we can. That's why we need to have a big, beautiful bill filled with cleaning up their countries, man. But the U.S. won't do it because they want to pillage and plunder their fucking countries. You see, the GOP full of shit. We can end this problem by building up their fucking society so they won't have no reason to be thinking it's all gravy here.
Black people are supposed to care.
Why you gotta bring up a Jamaican, man?
Because he was Jamaican. He was Jamaican.
This is a setup. Let me say that.
You
This
Caribbean,
is a setup.
Alex? You Caribbean?
He was Jamaican. He got deported to Jamaica, even though he had never been to Jamaica. But he was Jamaican because
Jamaican Q.
I saw that on Twitter.
Yes, his father was Jamaican and his mother was Kenyan. His father was in the service and had became an American citizen while in the service. I don't know what the status of his mother was, but he got deported. And Jamel Hill said, "This is why I say foundational Black Americans should care." And I'm like, I don't give a damn because he's not Black American. I can't get deported. And
Why
didn't he get his citizenship?
He
had never been to Jamaica. So his father. What was that?
Where was he born? Because you did say he was a military.
He was born on He was born on a base. He was born on a base in Germany, and they were trying to say because him being born on a base in Germany did not count as American to make him an anchor baby, basically, because neither one of his parents.
No, his father was a naturalized citizen.
His father got citizenship in the 18 years while he was in service. So the father got citizenship, but the son didn't get the citizenship. Like the father was all the way grown.
So because the father is a nationalized citizen, that doesn't make his son a nationalized citizen, even when he's born on an American base.
He wasn't a naturalized citizen when he was conceived and born. He wasn't a citizen then.
Correct. It wasn't an American base. Germany is not American.
I'm sorry. It's case by case basis. See that when the Democrats and they flooding with all kind of frivolous bullshit trying to give everybody a blanket citizenship. These are cases you take, you look, the pop served in the U.S. government, which I don't agree with going murder and mayhem all over the country, but that was a debt he paid to the U.S. government, so they should honor that. His son should be a citizen. See, we can get these type of instances cleared up. This shouldn't be mixed in with all of the bullshit. But when you try to just rush a bunch of bullshit, this type of shit get caught up, and the people can't really look into it because they're fighting for so much. Nah, it ain't that much to fight for. A few cases like this, and that's it.
And on Germany, okay.
Yeah, it was. He was born on the base on the German.
In Germany, he was born in Germany.
He was born in Germany on an American base. Okay, you get what I'm saying?
It's still in Germany.
That's what I got confused. I knew.
He was
in America. Like, I still think you should look at it like, what if like 100 illegal women say, let's all get pregnant, and then they drop their babies off here? You're like importing voters with your vagina. Like, no, I don't think you should do that. It's like planting spies. That's why I think the action, because it's like, that's smart. Like, no, you're going to appropriate purposely with the intent to, infiltrate and not to assimilate, you and, your children have to go. And even if you get to stay here and get away with it for so long, because I believe Democrats they were running things for like, 10 years, a decade or something like that. So it's like you're getting away with something, and then you think because I'm getting away with it for so long, it must be right. So we can't keep letting people think wrong is right, because we're going to get you in line and we're going to get you up out of here. And you can come back the right way, like the administration said. So if you don't want to do it that way, then you don't want to come over here to be an American and live the American dream. You want to come make your culture that you deem effed up. Why would you want to come bring it over here? This is the land of the free. Don't do that. So that's all I got to say.
All right. Cool.
And we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching today. Go ahead and hit that like button, my people. You know that it helps us out a ton. And of course, it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you this content. Now, y'all remember just about a week ago, we ran the story about the voters' revolt on your boy, Brandon Johnson, the illustrious. Y'all know I haven't called him illustrious in a while. I've been slipping. I have to get his name right. I need to put some respect on his name, right? Anyway, the illustrious Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago, his voters have revolted against him, maybe because of his sub 10% approval rating. I'll let you be the judge about that. And now, y'all, his city is facing a $1.2 billion budget shortfall. You know why? Well, let's say that they spent $800 million on people who are in the country without permission. Now, we've talked about this before, y'all. This is one of the reasons that I even started talking about the illustrious mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson. But y'all, this video is going to bring it all together. See, what the quiet part that people have not been saying out loud. The voters are saying it, though. The voters in this video are saying it. And if you want to see exactly what they said, see, they know. I will link to the previous video where we dive into this. But I want you to know, y'all, this is what happened. Brandon Johnson, he took Chicago's money. He took it from people in Chicago who are poor, for people in Chicago who need services, people, citizens, and legal residents of Chicago who depend on him and his government. He took it from them and gave it to people who are in the country without permission. And in my opinion, this is all part of a pushing aside of one group in favor of another group. And you're going to see that in this video. Let's go ahead and hop into it. But before we do, y'all, make sure you take care of your money. I'm not going to make this a long one, y'all. Go to paralegold.com or call 844-651-8334, 844-651-8334. If you have $50,000 to $100,000 or more in your retirement, protected from inflation, protected from monetary debasement, you're about to retire. Make sure your money's still there and it's still worth something by investing at least some of it in gold. Talk to our partners at Augusta Precious Metals. Go click the link now, get the free information, and protect your precious retirement.
Chicago's budget director has said 2026 will be one of the most difficult budget years in recent memory, with the city facing another massive budget hole and few good ways to fill it.
These roundtables are so important tonight to make sure that we have a budget and a budget process that ensures that all of our residents are heard.
Mayor Brandon Johnson at the second of 4 budget roundtables meant to engage the public ahead of what could be a contentious budget fight.
You have budget imbalances when one side of your ledger is growing at a faster pace than the other. It'd be great if that was on the revenue side, but unfortunately, it's on our expenditure side.
The city projecting a 2026 deficit of nearly $1.2 billion, a figure that could grow if there are cuts in federal funding.
We're demanding a budget that serves the many and not the few, a budget that taxes the wealthy and not the working families.
Last year, Mayor Johnson broke a campaign pledge and proposed a $300 million property tax hike. But facing objections, he took it off the table in favor of fee increases, cuts to unfilled positions, and debt restructuring. With the mayor determined to preserve investments for the unhoused and those needing mental health support and for youth employment programs, he may again ask taxpayers to dig deeper.
If we're looking at a budget gap that's grown by, say, 600 to 700 million, I would think that's the property tax hike that he's going to ask for. It is going to be pretty painful for taxpayers.
After the mayor was criticized last year for failing to engage stakeholders, he formed a working group in April that will deliver budget recommendations by the end of August. A balanced budget must be passed by the end of the year. Over-reliance on one-time revenue could lead to another credit downgrade for the city.
So there you see with your own eyes that the city is $1.2 billion in debt. Now, where did all the money go, right? And by the way, the condescending way, well, you know, budget imbalance occurs. I mean, come on. Tell me a budget imbalance occurs when one side is bigger than the other. Anyway, where did all the money go? Well, you're seeing it on your screen, y'all. You're seeing it on your screen. Chicago spent the city, the residents, the citizens' money on people who are in the country without permission. Now, why would they do that? Why would they spend the city's money on people who don't even have permission to be in the country? I will tell you, because these people are increasing voter rolls. They're hoping to win them over as voters. Surprise, surprise, a lot of people who come from Latin America are conservative-leaning people, and as you can see how they voted in the 2024 election for Donald Trump, a lot of them are not going to vote Democrat. But maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe just having them in your jurisdiction, you get increased count in the census, and you can get increased representative, and you can get increased representation in the House of Representatives, y'all. This is a very sinister and calculated political move cloaked in the garb of humanitarian assistance. And then you get your boy, the illustrious Brandon Johnson, who acts as if he's helping his own community when he's intelligent enough to know that he's serving a community that doesn't even have permission to be in the country.
The Supreme Court has ruled that the Trump administration can go ahead and revoke temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans that are here in the U.S. and have been for years. In Chicago, where we saw a huge migration of new arrivals from Venezuela, that means big changes for a lot of people. Our Sabrina Franza explains.
Thousands of Venezuelan nationals in Chicago could soon be eligible for deportation. Those who had applied for temporary protected status, or TPS, which allows people to stay legally in the U.S. and obtain work permits. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem tried to terminate TPS for Venezuelans in February. The move was previously blocked by a lower court.
So it's almost every single person that we helped apply, because we helped them in 2023, is going to be affected by this.
Erendira Rendon and the Resurrection Project have helped 9,000 Venezuelans in Illinois apply for TPS and for asylum status.
Without temporary protective status, if somebody never applied for asylum, they are in fact eligible for deportation, and they're at risk for deportation.
Since August 31st of 2022, the city of Chicago estimates it's welcomed around 51,000 migrants from the southern border. A study done by Northeastern University last fall says around 30,000 of those people are Venezuelan nationals, settling in neighborhoods like here in Brighton Park.
Right now, it's like it seems like a
crime and taking over apartment complexes and coming down with organized criminals in the cartel. They got weaponry and drugs and was taking over blocks of Chicago. That lady didn't know nothing about none of that. She's talking about the people that's going to be affected by this law. Man, we'll get to that. You didn't know nothing about the ones who was the criminals? So this batch of people who's sitting in there talking about they want a job, they came over here with the criminals, man. Are any of those the criminals? If none of them the criminals, what do they in America, You don't know the criminals, ma'am, then they need to tell us who the criminals are. You don't just come over here, you didn't see nothing, you mind your own business. But see, all these people getting paid a bunch of money. They've been running a scam on us, nice living, big time pensions coming off of this bullshit. They talking about it. They act like we supposed to have a fucking some sympathy that it's the end of this shit, this scam they've been running. Please, lady, you better turn them fucking criminals in, or you is an accessory.
Roller coaster because of all the changes.
At the Brighton Park Neighborhood Council, they've helped new arrivals find a home in Chicago. With TPS, they say those same immigrants pay their rent, pay their taxes.
All of us that work and contribute to this country, we all get taxes deducted.
You a scammer.
Undocumented people, they also get taxes deducted, Social Security.
Now we're told the fear is overwhelming, that immigration...
Lies. How the hell can you deduct shit from undocumented? They undocumented, man. How you taking taxes? You don't even know who they are. That is a lie, man. Why you running that lie? You saying when you help these undocumented people get legal documents, now you have documented them. You know who the fuck they was at first. Now you have documented, gave them a new name, gave them Social Security cards. We know about that. Clean credit. Ooh, they credit so good. They get mansions, low down payments, man. Big checks. You see what I'm saying? People think we crazy. We know exactly what y'all did, man. Undocumented people, they pay their taxes. Yeah, shit. When you document them, and Uncle Sam go in their pocket, he gonna kick their ass up out of here, man. But the fact is, you didn't know who the fuck these people was when they came across that goddamn border. You don't know who these people are.
And Customs Enforcement could use details from federal applications to find applicants soon eligible for deportation.
Retaliation. Coming and looking for them, knowing where they live, where they work.
It's not clear when TPS for Venezuelans will be terminated. Sabrina Franza, CBS News, Chicago.
So y'all, let there be no doubt about this. This is 10, 15, 20% humanitarian. I mean, of course, they're helping people who need help, right? So we have to acknowledge that.
No, they're not.
But the large majority of the
500,000 kids came up missing in this human smuggling operations. What the fuck does she know about that? 500,000 kids is missing, man. You ain't shared one tear. Neither of them fucking coyotes you trying to help get legal jobs. Now that they done got the job done, they can blend into society. 500,000 kids is missing, man. That's a fact. We know all about that. We know all about those 500,000 kids missing that came across with those damn coyotes. You don't care about that as long as you get your fat check. Man, people, this is disgusting. They don't give a damn about those 500,000 kids from Latin America that's missing. No, where's the Spanish-speaking community talking about that? They don't give a shit about them damn kids that came up missing.
Reason for the huge expenditure on people who are in the country without permission is not welcoming city. Okay, it is a political move meant to hopefully win over voters, but at any rate increase representation in the United States Congress, because people who are in your city, even if they are people without permission to even be in the country, they're counted in the census. And frankly, I would imagine there are other political reasons that I'm probably not even thinking of. So I want y'all to let me know what you think about this. Let me know down in the comments. Y'all, people, the American people, this was a coordinated effort to dilute your vote. This was a coordinated effort to dilute your vote, y'all. I mean, I'm saying it right out. If you agree with me, if you disagree with me, if you agree with me or if you disagree with me, let me know down in the comments.
That you can get deported from Mexico for getting involved in political matters as a foreigner. I thought this was a good time to get into this in light of the recent protests by U.S. citizens in Puerto Vallarta.
Mexico trying to incite riots in America, You can get deported from Mexico if you dare try to. If you're a foreigner and you try to get into political business, they'll kick you out their damn country. But they say it's inhumane for the U.S. to tell illegals to mind their business and don't be out on our streets protesting and trying to attack ICE and all that type of shit. Imagine that. See, the people hypocrites, I told you, they can't pull that bullshit in some of these Latin American countries, whoop them and throw them in a dungeon. They try any of that.
The Mexico for the No Kings protests. Article 30 of the Mexican Constitution talks about the responsibilities of a foreigner while on Mexican soil. And one of the things that it specifically says is that foreigners cannot participate in any way, shape, and form or intervene in the political matters of the country. This could include protesting. However, the protest that was held in Puerto Vallarta was not for political matters in Mexico. It was for political matters in the US. So I don't know if that would fall under the same guidelines, but I can tell you that any foreigner that came to Mexico and started trying to protest or getting involved in political matters could be grounds for removal based on the Constitution. Now, before we compare this to what's happening in the US, I just want to remind you guys that the people that are protesting in the US right now against all this Trump stuff and mass deportations are US citizens. The difference with the protests that we're seeing here in Puerto Vallarta is these are foreigners. These are not Mexican citizens that are protesting on behalf of Americans like we're seeing in the US. These are foreigners, many of them probably with some type of visa, maybe residency. Highly doubt that anybody at the protest in Puerto Vallarta was a Mexican citizen. So anyway, let me know what you think in the comments.
Ever since Donald Trump became president, he made a promise to undo what Joe Biden and the Democrats did. He was going to shut down the borders and he was going to go after these illegal immigrants that's all over America. Places like Chicago, New York City, Los Angeles, Florida, Texas. I mean, you had governors of Florida and Texas busing migrants from Texas and Florida up to Chicago, up to Philadelphia, and places like New York City, to the point where New York City's mayor said, I can't take it no more. We got to bust these migrants out of here. We'll give you a one-way ticket to go anywhere you want, but you got to leave New York City. These places was overrun with migrants from Venezuela, Chile, Buenos Aires, Mexico. I mean, just Honduras. So many countries, and we found out that a lot of Venezuelans and Mexicans wasn't getting along. A lot of Mexicans voted for Trump because they was mad that the Democratic Party was giving these Venezuelans so many different things. But they was also raiding homeless shelters, right? To the point where people were saying this.
Just went to our advisory board meeting this afternoon and found out that ICE tried to raid one of our homeless shelters in Bell here in Los Angeles County. Thank God the staff did not let them into the building. They did not have a search warrant, but they tried to intimidate the staff of a homeless shelter run by the Salvation Army. These are people who are trying to get better, are trying to have a better life, are trying to get a job, that need a roof over their head. And ICE, you are going to try to raid a homeless shelter? You are disgusting.
Now, this woman she was livid. She was very upset because these illegals are coming to America illegal. They're trying to get up on their feet. Some of them are trying to get pregnant so that way their babies can have citizenship here in America. She's saying that Donald Trump and his regime is just going harassing these people. They're breaking the law. They're not giving these people due process. But here's what she's not telling you, because other people are saying this.
LA County wants to pay rent. Okay, using our taxpayers' money to go pay rent for illegals who can't go to work. Mind you, they weren't supposed to be in the United States to work in the first place. Now you want to go help them pay their rent? Like, excuse you? What happened to the landlords who have to pay their goddamn mortgage? How about we prioritize those landlords and give those housing units to people who deserve them, like veterans, like the homeless people that are out there. There's more than enough. And so we want to prioritize these illegals who weren't supposed to be here to work in the first place.
Now, remember, I told you that you had migrants flooding into America. They're all over American streets where you had governors busing migrants from the South up to the Midwest and the East Coast corridor, right? Our streets has been overrun with immigrants from South America, Central America, all these different places. Some of them was committing crimes. Some of them was going to work and just trying to be under the radar. but they wasn't going unnoticed in black communities. We can see them, especially in cities like Philadelphia that's primarily black. And coming to our communities, you're starting to see Guatemalans and Mexicans and Salvadorians and all these groups that would never existed on the East Coast. Now we have some Puerto Ricans, but you're starting to see all these other groups, Hondurans, Colombians, and all these different people across America, right? And they were mad at Trump. The Democratic Party was mad, saying you're deporting these people, you're breaking the law, they're not getting due process. Mexicans saying the black people wasn't sticking with them. But now we're finding out something else. The very thing that Mexicans was accusing the black community of not standing up and supporting them, and the arguments that we were making within our community, when we look at Mexico, Mexico is deporting thousands of immigrants every day. They don't want them in their country. They're abusing them. They're some of them are being unalive. It's just pure pandemonium and chaos in Mexico. Because what we find out as black folks is a lot of Latino different groups don't like each other, nor do they support each other, right? So there was this Latino man, he was on a show and he was exposing Mexico. And you know, for the fraudulent things they say, they don't like these immigrants there taking their resources. The government providing special grants and things for them. The Mexican people don't like that. But the very thing that they criticizing black Americans of is the same thing they complain about in Mexico. Check it out.
In fact, Rob, can you play this? Let me give context before Rob. This video is in Tijuana. The Central Americans showed up in Tijuana. Nobody likes illegal immigration. Let's see what the Mexicans in Mexico did to the Central Americans, please. Shoot it, Rob.
What's this, Ricky?
This is in Tijuana when a Central American caravan came to Tijuana. And look at the signs. Well, you'll see them right now, Pat. It's only a minute-long video. No a la invasión. No to the invasion. No a la invasión. This is in Mexico. This is not LA.
Those are the Mexicans on the other
Mexicans.
on that side. Yeah.
Look how they're treating the Central Americans. Puro Tijuana cabrones. Look. Primero nuestros pobres. No invasión. Tijuana no. Primero México. First America.
Give us a little subtitle,
Inmigrantes
Ricky.
no. Sí, ilegales no. No la invasión. Mexico does this, you hypocrites. That's what pisses me off. Mexico does this. You want to make, racist, fascist. If you don't support the cause, then you're implicit. Silence is implicit. What about this? What if there's no racism involved? There's no fascism involved, whether we like it or not. And if Trump and if ICE were to pick up, I would be personally affected in a very, 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 very close manner to me. But the law or the law, this president, and by the way, nobody said anything when Barack Obama deported 3 million people. Oh, and I love this. Oh, he did due process. No, he didn't. In 1996, Bill Clinton signed a bill that allowed expedited exportations. He used it, Bush used it, Obama used it, Biden used it, and so did Trump. There's no due process. 75% of the people that Barack Obama deported were deported immediately using the expedited deportation.
Mexico has plans to begin conducting around 1,000 deportations by air a week, repatriating both US deportees and undocumented migrants to their countries of origin. In a contract tendered to international airlines, Mexico's National Migration Institute has stipulated the need for at least 11 flights per week at an estimated cost of $11 million throughout the rest of this year.
This
is a response to Donald Trump's cancellation of US asylum pathways for migrants and the informal bilateral agreements on migration between the two countries' administrations.
One of US President Trump's conditions for Mexico to avoid tariffs was increased collaboration on undocumented migrant flows towards America's southern border. Mexico's ongoing crackdown on undocumented migration has intensified this year, with authorities here in the capital working to clear makeshift migrant campsites like this one and detain those still set on reaching the US border.
But we're also hearing that if you're black and you're in Mexico, you're going to experience some form of racism. And there was a woman online, and she was talking about the things that we experience. There's another brother, Donnie. He's been covering this ICE agent situation in the ICE raids and what's going on in California, Chicago, and all across America, right? And he was also uncovering and showing what's happening down there in Mexico. But let's check out the racism that sometimes blacks will experience in Mexico or any Latino country. Check this out.
It's true. Black people will be discriminated against in a Latin American country. If you're leaving America to get away from discrimination and you're moving to a Latin American country thinking that you're not going to be discriminated against, you're wrong. I've been hearing a lot about people that have moved to Mexico and are complaining that they're being discriminated against in Mexico. Let me tell you something. Mexico discriminates against their own Mexican people that are darker shade than the rest of them. In Mexico, there's a lot of states that have very fair skin and blue eyes people. The people that have indigenous features, the very dark skin, the black hair, are discriminated against. So you coming to live to Mexico and think that you're not going to be discriminated against is a fallacy. This is not just in Mexico. It happens everywhere in Latin America. Black people are discriminated against. In Honduras, there's an entire community of Garifunas. And Garifunas have been in Honduras for hundreds of years. And to this day, they discriminate against them. They remove their land. Some of them even get murdered. It's a battle Garifunas have gone through.
The United States isn't the only country that's deporting Latinos. Mexico is also deporting Latinos, thousands a week, and the living conditions are horrific. Check this out.
Mexico cracks down heavily on undocumented migration. Camps around the capital here have been removed, this being one of the last remaining.
Ya quedó así, no vino migración, no vino nadie a decir nada.
De aquí se han ido con varias personas, se han ido muchos ya. El de aquí de este ranchito aquí ya se fue ya el miércoles pasado.
So many migrants.
Now, if the United States had undocumented immigrants living like this in sheds, there would be an outrage, an outcry. But I guess this type of information they want to suppress from the public because it took me hours to find this information. And it's wild because the U.S. have undocumented immigrants living better than U.S. vets that's homeless.
And see, a lot of us think just because they're Spanish and they're Spanish speaking that they get along. But no, Ecuadorians, Venezuelans, and Colombians, and Argentinians, and Chile, and Salvadorians, and all these different groups from different countries. If you're Spanish speaking, but you're not Mexican, Mexico don't want you there, right? A lot of these groups was coming up through Central America and these places and coming up through Mexico to try to come into America. America is kicking them back down to Mexico, and Mexico was like, no, we don't want them. We don't want them. So now Mexico is kicking them out. And you're seeing that the very vitriol that a lot of these Latino groups have for blacks, you start, and they're calling out the community for anti-black racism. Let's talk about how you're exporting these people out of your country. You're deporting these people out of your country. Let's talk about it. Look at the living conditions that they had them living in those countries. Let's also look at the violence that's going on within those countries. But in America, if America would have had them living like that, it would have been all over the world news. It would have been a big problem. But let's look at the way they was actually living in New York City. Check this out.
I'm standing here on Bruckner Boulevard on 141st Street. This is the site where the borough-based jail will be. Now, if you cross the boulevard, this is the site the city has identified to be a homeless shelter housing 2,200 single men. This will be a migrant shelter. This is where the city has decided to put it in my haven. The Bronx has its fair share of shelters, especially in the South Bronx. And just a few blocks over, there are some more shelters. My biggest question here is why the South Bronx one? But also, if this is coming to our neighborhood, then how are you going to ensure safety? We've seen and we've heard a lot of the issues that have happened near migrant shelters with migrants. How are we ensuring that this is not going to be the case here in the South Bronx? There are a lot of questions. There are a lot of questions that our community and our residents have. The biggest frustration is that nobody came to talk to the people who live in the community who will be directly impacted by this decision that was already made. Nobody came to talk to the community.
And see, I tell you guys, as Black Americans, a lot of immigrants that come here, even if they like us or we get along, a lot of things that we fight for, they have to fight against. They're going to be diametrically opposed because their lifestyle is predicated on our dysfunction. When they come into America, they put them directly in our communities. So a lot of things that we were fighting for, it's going directly to them. You live in the South Bronx, Brooklyn, Philadelphia, South Side of Chicago. A lot of those communities, they said that they will never be redeveloped again. They started developing these communities for the migrants. All of a sudden, they had budgets and money for the migrants. And we got put on the back burner. So again, we should be upset. But now you're starting to see in Mexico, they're doing the same thing, but everybody's mad at us for saying, yo, we're going to sit this one out. Number one, anti-Black racism. Number two, you're bringing in people to replace us. And not just the Latinos, all kinds of other groups. And they coming right into the Black community. And Black people finally starting to wake up. So it has nothing to do with us hating or disliking these other groups. We're just on our business now. Because we've been gentrified out of the communities that we've been living in for years. Right? And we're seeing that the government has double-crossed us in so many ways. And now they have, all of a sudden, you have budgets for these migrants. When we've been sitting here arguing and paying taxes and working in these municipalities for years. So this is what's going on. Mexico is deporting a lot of these migrants that's being kicked back down to Mexico. They're running them right out of the country, and they're having the same complaints there in Mexico that we're having here. And the hypocrisy continues, man. But I'm going to cut this video short here, man. There's more of this going on. I report more of this. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button. Let me leave a comment in the comment section. Everybody see these videos.
Coffee. Follow me.